Moonlight at Sandy Claus Bay. The Sandy Claus Bay Book 3. By Roxy Winterfield. Copyright 2026 by Roxy Winterfield. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced or transmitted in any form or any means, electronic or mechanical, including photocopying, recording or any information storage or retrieval system, without authorization in writing provided by the publisher. This story is a work of fiction. The persons, places, things, and otherwise animate or inanimate objects mentioned in this novel are figments of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to anything or anyone living or dead is unintentional. Chapter 1. Sunday morning arrived soft and gray over Sandy Claus Bay. Maggie Navarro woke to the familiar sounds of gulls crying over the harbor and the distant clang of rigging against masts. February on the Florida coast meant mornings like this. Salt air drifting through the cracked window of her cottage bedroom, the lighthouse beams still visible against the pre-dawn sky, the town settling into the quiet rhythms of a winter weekend. She lay there for a moment, reluctant to leave the warmth of her quilts, watching the light change. Her cottage sat on the residential side of town, a 10-minute walk from the harbor, close enough to hear the ocean but far enough to feel like a sanctuary. She'd bought it 15 years ago when the previous owner died, and the family wanted a quick sale, a small beach cottage with good bones hardwood floors and windows that framed the water. It was exactly the life she'd chosen at 22, when she'd come home from college. Safe. Contained. Hers. So why did it suddenly feel like she was holding her breath? Maggie gave up on sleep and moved to the small kitchen, putting on the tea kettle. While it boiled, she wandered to the dining table where she'd tossed her bag. And there, impossible to ignore, sitting on top of a stack of mail, the folder. She'd placed it there Thursday night when she got home from the gallery. 3 days ago now. Told herself she'd look at it properly in the morning. Then Friday became Saturday, and Saturday became Sunday, and she still hadn't opened it beyond that first stunned glance. The folder contained architectural renderings of the old Coast Guard station transformed into something beautiful. The Navarro Cross Gallery. Her name first. A business proposal that outlined an equal partnership, her vision, her town, her rules. I'm not asking you to leave. I'm asking if you'll let me stay and build something here. With you. The words had been echoing in her head for 3 days. Maggie wrapped her cardigan tighter and stared at the folder. Outside, the harbor was waking up properly now, boats bobbing in their slips, early risers walking dogs along the beach path, the town easing into Sunday morning. Sandy Claus Bay in late February, beautiful and familiar and hers. She worked at Reef's art studio and gallery downtown, her brother's space that he generously shared with her for years. She taught weekly art classes there, sold her sculptures, and ran open craft sessions for kids. It was stable and meaningful, if not particularly lucrative. She didn't need Julian's partnership financially. But the professional opportunity it represented? The chance to exhibit ambitious work in a sophisticated gallery alongside established artists, to reach beyond her comfortable local success? That was different. That was a career advancement she'd stopped letting herself want years ago. Her brother Reef had gotten engaged to Felicity 3 nights ago. The whole family had celebrated at the marina, champagne, laughter, and her dad's, Captain Rusty, gruff blessing. Felicity showing off her ring with a joy that made Maggie's chest ache in the best way. Reef deserved this. After the mistakes he'd made, he deserved someone who believed in second chances. And that's when Julian had appeared at Reef's art studio, just as Maggie was locking up for the night. Julian Cross. Her college boyfriend from over 20 years ago. The man she'd loved in college, the one she'd planned a future with before he'd chosen Manhattan and she'd chosen home. They'd broken up when she was 22, both devastated and angry, and hadn't spoken since. Until December, when he'd shown up in Sandy Claus Bay, after over 2 decades with vague talk about a partnership idea. He'd spent a week here, appearing at the studio with carefully neutral conversation, then vanished on New Year's Day with just an email about finalizing something in New York. 6 weeks of silence after that. And then on Thursday night, he'd returned with a folder full of architectural renderings and legal documents, a formal business proposal for a gallery partnership. Everything was made real and official while he'd been gone. "I'm not asking you to leave," he'd said. "I'm asking if you'll let me stay and build something here. With you." And then he'd left the folder and told her to take all the time she needed to think about it. So she'd been thinking for 3 days. Or rather, she'd been avoiding thinking for 3 days. Maggie should open it. Read through the whole proposal again properly, examine the financial projections, and study the renovation timeline. Make a rational decision based on facts. Instead, she grabbed her phone and texted her best friend, Vera Mitchell. "Maggie, are you at the shop? I need to talk." The response came immediately. "Vera, doors unlocked. Coffee's hot. Get over here." 20 minutes later, Maggie pushed through the door of the Driftwood antique shop, breathing in the familiar scent of old wood and lemon polish. Vera's domain occupied a Victorian storefront on Main Street, 2 doors down from Reef's art studio. The morning light poured through tall windows, illuminating weathered furniture, vintage treasures, and the careful arrangements that showed Vera's gift for finding beauty in forgotten things. Vera stood behind the counter, already pouring coffee into 2 mismatched mugs. At 52, she wore her salt and pepper hair in a long braid and had the sharp eyes of someone who curated both antiques and truth. They'd met 15 years ago at a town council meeting when Maggie was 30 and Vera was 37, both of them fighting to preserve the historic waterfront buildings. They'd bonded over shared outrage at a proposed development and had been best friends ever since. Vera had been through her own divorce, had learned that walls built for protection could become prisons, and wasn't afraid to call Maggie on her defensive patterns. "You look terrible," Vera said, sliding a coffee mug across the counter. "Thanks. When's the last time you slept?" "Thursday night. Before Julian showed up again." Vera's eyebrows rose. "Again?" "He came back. To the gallery. With a business proposal." Maggie wrapped her hands around the warm mug. "The one he mentioned in December. The one he said he had to finalize in New York. The one he disappeared for 6 weeks to work on? That one. And it's everything I've ever wanted, and everything I'm terrified to touch." Maggie took a breath. Equal partnership. The Coast Guard station renovated into a real gallery. My name first on the door. Shared decision-making. He's thought of everything, Vera. The financial structure, the mission statement about bridging sophisticated art with community access, the marketing plans. It's perfect. So what's the problem? The problem is Julian Cross. Maggie set down her mug harder than she meant. The man who told me if I really loved him, I'd follow him to Manhattan. Who made me choose between my life and him. Who walked away 23 years ago and never looked back. Who came back, Vera pointed out gently. Who came back now? After all this time. Offering me exactly what I used to dream about when we were together. Maggie's throat tightened. What if this is just guilt? What if he's trying to fix the past instead of actually seeing the present? Vera moved around the counter and leaned against it, studying Maggie with that unflinching gaze. What did he say when he gave you the proposal? That he's not asking me to leave. That he's choosing to stay, and he wants to build something here in Sandy Claus Bay on my terms. Maggie heard her voice waver. That he's choosing me even if I don't want him back. And you've been spiraling ever since. I've been thinking. You've been spiraling, Vera corrected. I can tell. You do this thing where you, she stopped, change tactics. Okay, here's what I'm hearing. Julian came back with a thoughtful proposal that respects your vision and our community. He spent 6 weeks making sure it was legitimate before asking you to risk anything. He's willing to wait while you decide. Those are all actions, Maggie. Not words. Actions. But what if? You're telling me all the ways this could go wrong. Vera's voice was firm. Tell me one way it could go right. Maggie opened her mouth, closed it, found she had no answer. Because there were so many ways it could go right. The Coast Guard station transformed into a proper gallery. Room for ambitious exhibitions alongside community workshops. Sophisticated artists sharing wall space with local creators. Everything she'd mentioned in that Coastal Arts magazine article last summer. The one where she'd admitted wanting to expand, but not knowing how without losing what made her gallery special. The both and philosophy she'd been afraid to reach for alone. I see it on your face, Vera whispered. You want this. The partnership, the bigger vision, the chance to stop playing it safe. You're just terrified because it comes from Julian, and Julian broke your heart once. He didn't just break my heart. He made me choose between my entire life and him. And you chose your life. And built something beautiful. Vera reached out and squeezed Maggie's hand. But honey, you've been holding your breath for 20 years. Building walls to protect yourself from wanting too much. Maybe it's time to find out if those walls are still protecting you, or just keeping you lonely. The words hit like stones in still water. I'm not lonely, Maggie said automatically. Vera just looked at her. I'm not. I have a good life. The gallery, my students, my art, this community. All of which could be bigger and richer, and more meaningful if you let yourself want more. Vera's voice gentled. I'm not saying, jump into business with your ex and pretend 20 years didn't happen. I'm saying actually look at his proposal. Examine it honestly. See if it's real or if it's just guilt, dressed up in architectural renderings. Maggie's phone buzzed. Reef, brunch at the Salty Spoon? Felicity and I want to celebrate with you. 11 a.m.? She showed Vera the screen. My brother wants to celebrate his engagement. Then go celebrate. Spend time with people who just chose love despite being terrified. See what that looks like. Vera smiled. And then come back here tonight if you need to. My door's always open. Maggie left the driftwood feeling slightly more grounded, slightly less terrified. The February morning had turned bright and cold, the kind of day that made the ocean look silver. She walked toward the Salty Spoon with her hands in her pockets, trying to untangle the knot in her chest. The restaurant sat right on the harbor, its windows overlooking the marina where boats bobbed in their slips. Sunday brunch with families lingering over coffee, tourists asking about whale-watching tours, and locals catching up on the week's gossip, meant the restaurant would be packed. It was the community hub, where everyone knew everyone's business. Which meant everyone would know Julian Cross was back in town. Maggie spotted Reef and Felicity at a window table, heads bent together over the menu, Felicity's engagement ring catching the light. Her brother looked happier than she'd seen him in years, relaxed and certain in a way he hadn't been since before the fire that had changed everything 6 years ago. Second chances looked good on him. There she is. Reef stood to hug her, and Maggie caught the familiar warmth of his affection. We ordered coffee. And cinnamon rolls to start because Felicity's hungry. I'm celebrating, Felicity said, grinning. Maggie slid into the booth across from them. You two look disgustingly happy. We are, Reef said simply, reaching for Felicity's hand. 3 days in and I still can't believe she said yes. I can't believe you thought I'd say no. Felicity squeezed his hand, then turned to Maggie. So, Julian Cross is back in town. So much for easing into the conversation. News travels fast, Maggie said. Coral told me when I stopped by the inn yesterday, Reef said. Said he checked back in Thursday night, has a room through March. He studied Maggie with that all-knowing brother expression she knew too well. You okay? I'm fine. You're avoiding, Felicity corrected gently. Maggie reached for the coffee pot and poured herself a mug, buying time. He has a business proposal. A partnership opportunity. For the old Coast Guard station? Reef's eyebrows rose. That's been empty for 5 years. He wants to renovate it. Turn it into a gallery. Equal partnership, my name first, shared decision-making, the whole thing. Maggie poured cream into her coffee, watching it swirl. It's actually a good proposal. Really good. Respects the community, honors my vision, and brings professional resources I don't have. But it's from Julian, Reef said quietly. But it's from Julian. The waitress appeared to take their order: French toast for Felicity, eggs and bacon for Reef, a breakfast burrito for Maggie. The familiar ritual gave her a moment to breathe. When the waitress left, Felicity leaned forward. Can I say something? And you can tell me if I'm overstepping. When has that ever stopped you? But Maggie smiled to soften it. Fair point. Felicity took a breath. 6 months ago, if someone had told me I'd be engaged to Maggie Navarro, I would have laughed in their face. Or possibly thrown something. Because Reef was the man who'd broken my heart, who I'd spent 6 years being angry at, who represented everything I was afraid of. Reef winced slightly but didn't interrupt. But he came back, Felicity continued. And he didn't just say he'd changed. He proved it. Through actions, through consistency, through showing up even when I pushed him away. And I had to decide, was I going to let fear keep me safe and lonely, or was I going to be brave enough to see if people can actually transform? Maggie's throat tightened. And you chose bravery. I chose bravery. And it was terrifying. Still is sometimes. Felicity glanced at Reef with such open affection, it made Maggie's chest ache. But it was also the best decision I ever made. Julian's not Reef, Maggie said. No, he's not, Reef agreed. He's the guy who told you at 22 that staying in Sandy Claus Bay was settling. Who made you choose between your life and him? His voice was measured but firm. I remember that breakup, Mags. You came home devastated. Spent a year proving to everyone that you'd made the right choice. I made the right choice. Did you? Or did you make the best of a hard situation? Reef set down his coffee mug. Look, I'm not saying jump into business with your ex. But I am saying, over these past 20 years, I've watched you build something beautiful. Your teaching, your art, your place in this community. You never complained. But, Maggie heard the word coming. But I also watched you play it safe. Never reach for the ambitious stuff that scares you. Never let yourself want too much. Reef's expression softened. These past few months, since Julian showed up in December, you've been different. More alive. Taking risks with your art, considering bigger possibilities. Like some part of you that's been sleeping is waking up. That's not because of Julian. Isn't it though? Felicity interjected gently. At least a little? Maybe he's giving you permission to want more. To stop pretending that staying small is the same as staying true to your values. The waitress arrived with their food, and they fell silent while plates were arranged, hot sauce offered, water glasses refilled. Maggie stared at her burrito, appetite suddenly uncertain. I'm terrified, she finally admitted. What if this is just guilt? Or he's trying to fix the past, instead of actually seeing the present? What if he gets bored with small-town life in 6 months and disappears again? Those are all legitimate fears, Reef said. And you should ask him those questions. But also, Felicity added, cutting into her French toast, what if you're using those fears as an excuse not to risk wanting something more? What if the real fear isn't that he'll leave, it's that he'll stay, and you'll have to admit your life could be bigger than what you've convinced yourself was enough? The words landed like a punch to the stomach. Maggie picked up her fork and set it down again. Around them the restaurant hummed with Sunday morning energy, families laughing, coffee cups clinking, the smell of bacon and maple syrup heavy in the air. This was her community. Her town. Her life. Was it enough? Had it ever been? I don't know what to do, she said quietly. You don't have to know today. Reef reached across the table, squeezed her hand. But really look at the proposal. Talk to him. Ask the hard questions. See if his actions match his words. And if they don't, then you walk away knowing you were brave enough to find out. That's better than spending the rest of your life wondering what if. Felicity raised her orange juice to being brave enough to find out. Reef clinked his coffee mug against it. To second chances. They both looked at Maggie, waiting. She picked up her water glass, the condensation cold against her palm. To not making decisions on an empty stomach. They laughed and the moment eased. The conversation shifted to wedding planning, Felicity's ideas for a September ceremony, Reef's insistence on keeping it simple, their debate about whether to hire Posey as their wedding planner or keep it DIY. Maggie listened to her brother talk about color schemes and floral arrangements with the same careful attention he used to bring to his photography. This was what choosing love looked like. Messy and complicated and worth every risk. By the time they finished eating, the sun had climbed higher, turning the harbor into a sheet of hammered silver. Tourists were gathering for the noon whale-watching tour. Betty from the farmer's market walked past their window and waved. Normal Sunday in Sandy Claus Bay. Except Julian Cross was back in town with a folder full of possibilities, and Maggie still didn't know if she was brave enough to consider it. "I should go," she said, reaching for her wallet. "Brunch is on us," Reef said firmly. "Engagement celebration, remember? Next time's on me then." Deal. Outside the Salty Spoon, Maggie paused on the sidewalk. The February air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of salt and seaweed. To her left, Main Street stretched toward the residential neighborhoods. To her right, the harbor and the coast road that led to the old Coast Guard station. The building Julian wanted to transform into their gallery. Maggie turned left, heading home. She wasn't ready to look at it yet and imagine what it could become. But as she walked, Vera's words echoed in her head. "Those walls that kept you safe, are they still protecting you or just keeping you lonely?" And Felicity's question, "What if the real fear is that he'll stay and you'll have to admit your life could be bigger?" And Reef's gentle challenge, "Be brave enough to find out." The lighthouse beams swept across the harbor even in daylight, steady and reliable. Maggie watched it and considered choices, second chances, and if some risks were worth taking even after being burned once. She didn't have an answer yet. But for the first time in 3 days, she thought she might be ready to actually open that folder and find out.
Chapter 2. The inn's breakfast room smelled like coffee and fresh-baked bread. Julian Cross sat at a corner table overlooking the harbor, his phone face up beside his untouched eggs. Sunday morning at the Starfish and Snowflake Inn meant families lingering over pancakes, couples planning their day, and the low hum of weekend conversation filling the space. Harbor and Coral Brightwater moved between tables with practiced efficiency, refilling coffee, clearing plates, making everyone feel welcome. He'd been checking his phone every 5 minutes for 3 days. No text or call from Maggie. Nor any indication of whether she'd even opened the folder. Julian took a sip of coffee, excellent as always, and forced himself to leave the phone alone. She'd said she needed time to think. He'd promised to give her that time. Checking his phone compulsively wasn't giving her space, it was making himself anxious. At 47, he should have better self-control. More coffee? Coral appeared beside his table, pot in hand, her sharp eyes assessing him with the precision of someone who'd been running an inn for 30 years. "Please?" She refilled his cup, then surprised him by sitting down across from him. "You've barely touched your breakfast." "Not very hungry." "Waiting for someone to return your call will do that." She set the coffee pot on the table between them. "You were here in the fall, now you're back." It wasn't a question. "Yes," Julian said. "Maggie Navarro." Also not a question. He met her eyes. "Yes." Coral folded her hands on the table. "I've known Maggie for a long time. I watched her build her life from nothing. She's good people." "I know." "Do you?" Coral's voice was gentle but firm. Because from where I'm sitting, you're the man who broke her heart over 20 years ago. Made her choose between her life and you. Now you're back, staying at my inn, and she's been different since you showed up in December. Different how? Unsettled. Thinking too hard. That's what happens when someone's past walks back into their present. She studied him. What are you doing here, Mr. Cross? Really? Julian pushed his plate aside. I'm trying to build a life here. A meaningful one. And I'm hoping Maggie will give me a chance to be part of hers, in whatever capacity she's willing to allow. That's vague. That's honest. I don't know what she wants or what she'll accept. I'm just trying to show up and prove I'm serious about staying. Coral was quiet for a moment. And if she tells you to leave her alone? Then I'll respect that and leave her alone. But I'm still staying in Sandy Claus Bay. Still building a life here. He looked out at the harbor. This isn't about wearing her down or waiting her out. This is about choosing this place, this life. Whether she's part of it is up to her. Something shifted in Coral's expression. Not quite approval, but close. My daughter Posey came back here after years in New York, she said. Successful event planning business, beautiful apartment, everything she thought she wanted. But she was miserable. Took her a while to admit that big city success wasn't the same as happiness. She stood, picking up the coffee pot. Maggie's not miserable. She's built a good life. You better make sure you're not going to mess that up. I'm trying to build something here that honors what she values. Not disrupt it. We'll see. Coral moved toward another table, then paused. She teaches at Reef's studio on Sunday afternoons sometimes. 2 o'clock to 4 p.m., drop-in workshop for adults. Julian glanced at his watch. Just past 10 a.m., he had hours yet. After Coral left, he sat for a few more minutes, finishing his coffee. Still no text from Maggie. But maybe that was okay. Maybe instead of waiting for a text, he should prove through action that he understood what mattered here. He charged the breakfast to his room tab and headed out. The walk from the inn to downtown took 15 minutes. Julian had made it a dozen times since arriving in December, but today he paid attention differently. Not as a visitor, but as someone trying to understand the bones of the place. Sandy Claus Bay stretched long and narrow along the coastline, everything oriented toward the water. Main Street ran parallel to the beach, lined with converted colonials and Victorian storefronts that had been repurposed into shops and galleries and restaurants. February meant the winter crowd, locals bundled against the cold, a few hardy tourists, none of the summer crush. He passed the driftwood antique shop with its weathered Victorian facade, the hardware store with its faded awning. The Salty Spoon restaurant was already filling up with the late breakfast crowd. Every building told a story about what this town valued, history preserved, community maintained, change approached carefully. The old Coast Guard station sat on prime waterfront property, visible from Main Street but set back from the road. He'd purchased it outright 2 weeks ago, couldn't propose a partnership without securing the property first. Now he stood outside with the keys in his pocket. Julian had been inside several times, but now he approached it with purpose, imagining it transformed. The building sat on prime waterfront property, white clapboard siding weathered by decades of salt air. Boarded windows, sagging deck, paint peeling in long strips. But the bones were good. The structure sound. Built in the 1950s to serve the harbor, it had been decommissioned 5 years ago when the Coast Guard merged operations to a larger facility up the coast. Since then, it had sat empty, a landmark slowly deteriorating while the town debated what to do with it. Julian walked the perimeter, taking mental notes. The building faced the water, with a commanding view of the harbor. Large windows on the main floor, perfect for gallery lighting once they were restored. A second story that could house offices or workshop space. A deck that wrapped around the ocean side, currently sagging but salvageable. The architectural renderings in his folder showed what it could become, the Navarro Cross Gallery. Clean white walls. Natural light pouring through floor-to-ceiling windows. Space for ambitious installations alongside intimate works. Room for both sophisticated contemporary art and community workshops. Everything he and Maggie had once dreamed about building together. A voice startled him. Thinking about buying it? Julian turned. An older man stood on the sidewalk, maybe mid-70s, wearing a windbreaker and walking a small terrier. Thinking about renovating it, Julian said. If things work out. You're staying at Coral's place. Been here a few weeks now. It wasn't a question. Julian Cross. Tom Bradley. I own the hardware store. Tom studied the building with a critical eye. This place has been sitting empty too long. Town's been arguing about what to do with it for years. Some want to tear it down, some want to preserve it. Nobody wants to pay for either. What do you think should happen to it? Tom considered. I think buildings need purposes. This one served the community for 70 years as a Coast Guard station. If it's going to stay standing, it needs to serve the community again. Otherwise, it's just nostalgia taking up valuable waterfront property. What if it became a gallery? Art space that served both serious collectors and local artists. That what you're planning? Possibly. If I can make it work. Tom was quiet for a moment, the terrier sniffing at his feet. Maggie Navarro's been teaching art in this town for 20 years. Best teacher those kids could ask for. If you're thinking of doing something in the art world here, you'd be smart to talk to her. Already have. Good. Tom's tone was neutral. This town's protective of its own. Whatever you're planning, make sure it serves the community, not just your own ambitions. I'm getting that message loud and clear. Good. Tom nodded toward the building. For what it's worth, this place needs to be something again. Gallery's not a bad idea. Just make sure it serves the town. He walked on, the terrier trotting beside him, leaving Julian standing alone in front of the Coast Guard station. Julian pulled out his phone and took a photo of the building. Then he walked around to the ocean side, where the deck overlooked the harbor. The view was stunning, boats bobbing in their slips, the lighthouse visible in the distance, the whole sweep of the bay laid out before him. This was what Maggie had chosen at 22. Not because she lacked ambition, but because she understood that meaning came from place and community, not just from prestigious addresses and important clients. He'd been too young and too arrogant to see it then. But he saw it now. His phone buzzed. For a moment hope flared, but it was Sarah Sterling again. Sarah, Marcus says he's not ready to lead. We need you back, at least temporarily. Julian, Marcus is ready. He just doesn't know it yet. Trust him. I trusted you when we started, remember? Sarah, that was different. Julian, it wasn't. You were scared too. You did it anyway. Let him do the same. Sarah, you're really not coming back. Julian, I'm really not. This is where I belong. It just took 25 years to figure it out. Sarah, I hope she's worth it. Julian looked at the Coast Guard station, imagining what it could become. Then out at the harbor, the town Maggie had built her life around. Julian, she is. But it's not just her. It's the life I should have chosen. The person I should have been. He put his phone away and stood there for a few more minutes, letting himself imagine the gallery opening. Artists arriving for exhibitions. Community workshops on Saturday mornings. Maggie stood in the main space, surrounded by work she'd helped bring into the world. Both and not either or. Sophisticated and accessible. Ambitious and community-focused. Everything they dreamed about at the Rhode Island School of Design, finally possible. If she said yes. At 2:15 p.m., Julian found himself walking past Reef's art studio again. Through the large windows he could see the space transformed from this morning. No easels for kids now, but work tables arranged in a loose circle. Maybe 8 or 10 adults, various ages working on different projects. painting, sketching, and what looked like a small clay sculpture. And there was Maggie. His heart did something complicated in his chest. She wore paint-stained jeans and a gray sweater, her dark hair pulled back in a messy knot. She moved between the tables, pausing to look at someone's watercolor, crouching beside an older woman working with charcoal. Her hands gestured as she talked, demonstrating something, and the woman nodded and tried again. She looked exactly as she had at 20. Teaching had always brought out this quality in her, this generous, patient focus that made whoever she was working with feel like the most important person in the world. This was what he'd given up. He'd told her at 24 that staying in Sandy Claus Bay was settling for small-town obscurity. If she really had ambition, she'd come to Manhattan, where serious artists built their careers. He'd actually said that to her. Actually believed it. God, he'd been an arrogant ass. Through the window, he watched Maggie help a younger man, maybe late 20s, mix colors on a palette. She said something that made him laugh, then demonstrated a brushstroke technique. The man tried it, and even from outside Julian could see his face light up with success. That was Maggie's gift. Not just in creating art, but in helping other people believe they could create too. She told him once back in college that teaching was as much art as making the work itself. Helping someone see what they were capable of was its own form of creation. He'd nodded and said something supportive, but he hadn't really understood. He understood now. Julian pulled out his phone, not to check for messages but to look at the time. 2:30 p.m. The workshop ran until 4 p.m. He could wait, or he could come back another day, or he could. Maggie looked up and saw him through the window. She froze for just a moment, their eyes meeting across the glass. Then she said something to her students and moved toward the door. Julian's pulse kicked up. She stepped outside, pulling the door closed behind her. "Are you following me?" "No. I was," he gestured vaguely. "Walking. Thinking. Ended up here." "You ended up at my Sunday afternoon workshop. Coral mentioned you taught this afternoon. I didn't plan to, I was just walking past and saw you through the window." He knew how that sounded. "I'm not stalking you. I can leave." Maggie studied him, arms crossed against the February cold. "You were watching me teach?" "Yes." "For how long?" 5 minutes maybe." "I'm sorry." I should go." "What were you thinking?" Her voice was neutral, curious. "When you were watching." Julian took a breath. "I was thinking that I was an idiot at 24 when I told you teaching in a small town was settling, and I was completely wrong. What you do, helping people believe they can create, that's as important as any gallery in Manhattan. More important, maybe." Maggie's expression softened slightly. "Anything else?" "That you look exactly like you did at 20 when you're teaching, the same focus and generosity." "That I gave this up." He met her eyes. "That I gave you up. And I've regretted it for 25 years. A car drove past slowly, the driver clearly trying to see what was happening. Maggie noticed and sighed. "The whole town is watching this, you know. You and me. Everyone has an opinion about whether I'm going to be stupid enough to trust you again." "What's the prevailing opinion?" "Mixed." A ghost of a smile crossed her face. "Betty from the farmer's market thinks you'll break my heart. Tom from the hardware store thinks I should give you a chance. Vera refuses to weigh in publicly, but has been suspiciously supportive in private. And you? What do you think?" "I think I'm terrified." The admission came out quiet but firm. "I think your proposal is everything I've wanted and been afraid to reach for. I think trusting you feels like jumping off a cliff. And I think," she stopped. "What?" "I think I'm going to keep thinking about it for a few more days. Because this isn't just business, Julian. This is my whole life." "I know. And if I say yes and you get bored in 6 months and leave?" "I won't." "You don't know that." "I do, actually." Julian met her eyes. I sold my partnership in Cross and Sterling. I'm not going back to Manhattan. Whether you say yes or no to this partnership, I'm staying in Sandy Claus Bay. I'm opening that gallery. This isn't about convincing you to give me a chance. This is about proving through action that I've changed. Maggie's expression shifted, surprise maybe, or fear or hope. You sold your gallery? My stake in it, yes. Sarah Sterling's buying me out. It's done. She shook her head. That's your entire career. That was my old career. Built on the wrong priorities. He gestured at the studio behind her. This is what I want to build now. Something that matters. With or without you, though I really hope it's with you. She was quiet for so long he thought she might not answer. By the way, my father wants to meet with you. Tomorrow, the Salty Spoon, 1 p.m. Okay. To assess your intentions, or whatever protective father thing he needs to do. Maggie's voice was dry. Fair warning, he remembers what happened. I remember too. Then you know what you're in for. She glanced back at the studio. I need to get back to my students. Maggie. She paused, looking back at him. Thank you. For not saying no immediately. For thinking about it. Don't thank me yet. I haven't decided anything. But her voice was softer. See you tomorrow, Julian. She disappeared inside, and Julian stood on the sidewalk feeling like he'd just survived something important. Not one, surviving and winning weren't the same thing. But he'd been honest, and she hadn't walked away. That was something. The Salty Spoon at 1 p.m. on Monday afternoon meant the lunch rush was easing. Julian arrived 5 minutes early and spotted Captain Rusty Navarro immediately, sitting in a corner booth, gray hair and weathered face, the same assessing gaze Julian remembered from the times he came to stay during college breaks with Maggie. Julian crossed the restaurant, acutely aware of conversations pausing as he passed. Heads turning. Whispers following him. The same experience he'd had since arriving in December, magnified now that he was having lunch with Maggie's father. Small towns noticed everything. He slid into the booth across from Rusty. Captain Navarro. Rusty's fine. You're not 20 anymore, you can use my first name. Rusty's voice was gruff but not unkind. Though I appreciate the respect. The waitress appeared, a woman Julian didn't recognize, maybe mid-40s, who looked at him with unconcealed curiosity. What can I get you boys? Coffee black, Rusty said. Chowder when you get a chance. Same for me, Julian said. The waitress lingered half a second longer than necessary, clearly hoping for more conversation, then left. Rusty leaned back in the booth. You know everyone in this restaurant is listening to us right now. I noticed. That's life in Sandy Claus Bay. You come back after 23 years and start talking to my daughter again, people pay attention. Rusty's eyes were sharp. So? You're back. Staying at Coral's Inn. Been seen with my Maggie. Yes, sir. You broke her heart once. Yes, sir. You planning to do it again? Julian took a breath. No, sir. I'm planning to prove I've finally grown up enough to deserve a second chance. If she'll give me one. That's a good line. It's not a line. It's the truth. Julian met Rusty's gaze. I made mistakes when I was 24, thought success meant Manhattan galleries and prestigious clients, and doing what everyone told me serious art people did. I was wrong. And now I know that success without meaning is just expensive loneliness. I spent 25 years achieving everything I thought I wanted, and it turns out I wanted the wrong things. Rusty was quiet for a moment. At the next table, two women leaned closer, pretending to study their menus while obviously listening. One of them whispered something to her companion. Julian caught the words bold and after what he did. The waitress returned with coffee. Set down both cups. Lingered. That'll be all, Marie, Rusty said pointedly. Marie left, looking disappointed. Rusty took a sip of coffee. I remember you from back then. You visited maybe 3-4 times? Summer breaks, Christmas. 5 times, Julian said. Every major break in her sophomore and junior years. You taught Reef some photography basics. Took him out in my boat and showed him how to capture light on water. Julian blinked, surprised Rusty remembered. He was 14. Curious kid. Good eye for composition. He idolized you for about 6 months after that. Rusty's voice was neutral. Talked about becoming a photographer like Maggie's boyfriend Julian. Then you broke his sister's heart, and suddenly your name didn't come up anymore. The words landed like stones. I didn't just hurt Maggie, Julian said quietly. I know that. I hurt her whole family. People who'd welcomed me, trusted me. You did. Rusty set down his coffee cup. Maggie came home from college that summer heartbroken, and determined to prove her choice was right. Spent the next year working herself half to death building that teaching practice, creating her art, showing everyone she hadn't settled for anything. She never complained. Never said she regretted coming home. But I watched her build walls. Play it safe. Stop reaching for ambitious work that scared her. Rusty's voice softened. I love my daughter. She's built a beautiful life here. But I also know she's capable of more than she lets herself attempt. The admission surprised Julian. You think she held herself back? I think she convinced herself that wanting more meant she'd been wrong to choose Sandy Claus Bay. That staying small was staying true to her values. Rusty looked at him directly. These past few months, since you showed up in December? She's different. More alive. Taking risks with her art. Considering bigger possibilities. You've given her permission to want more without it meaning she was wrong before. Julian's throat tightened. That's all I want. To help her build the both and. Community and ambition. Roots and growth. Pretty words again. What would you rather hear? Actions. Rusty leaned forward. Words are easy, Julian. You can tell my daughter anything. What I want to see is consistent follow-through. Showing up. Staying. Proving this isn't just a midlife crisis or guilt-fueled grand gesture. I sold my ownership stake in my Manhattan gallery. I'm not going back. Rusty's eyebrows rose slightly. That's a big step. It's the only step that makes sense. I can't build a life here while keeping one foot in New York. Julian met his gaze. This isn't about hedging my bets. Words are easy, Rusty said. What happens when the shine wears off small-town life? When Manhattan galleries want you back and offer you twice what you're making here? Then I say no. This isn't about trading one life for another. It's about building the life I should have chosen at 24. Behind them, Julian heard the whisper again. He says all the right things, doesn't he? And the response, said them before too. Then left. Rusty noticed Julian noticing. That's Betty and Sarah. Farmers' market crew. They've known Maggie since she was a kid. Protective. Should I go talk to them? Defend myself? God, no. They'll judge you based on what you do, not what you say. Rusty smiled slightly. Fair warning, this town is going to watch you like hawks for the next few months. Every interaction with my daughter, every choice you make, every indication of whether you're staying or hedging your bets. Small towns are great at community. They're also great at gossip. I can handle gossip. Can you handle everyone having an opinion about your relationship? Everyone knowing your business? No privacy, no anonymity, everyone invested in whether this works? Julian thought about that. Really thought about it. Yes. Because the alternative is going back to Manhattan, where I had privacy and success, and was completely alone. I'll take community gossip over expensive loneliness. Rusty studied him for a long moment. Then nodded once. Okay. Okay? Okay, I'm willing to watch and see. Actions, not words. You stay, you show up, you prove this is real, I'll support it. You disappoint her again. His voice went hard. We'll have a very different conversation. Understood. The chowder arrived. They ate in silence for a few minutes, the restaurant noise filling the space between them. Julian was acutely aware of people watching, waiting to see what happened next. Finally, Rusty said, "One more question. Personal this time." "All right. Do you love her? Or do you love the idea of fixing your past mistakes?" The question cut straight to the bone. Julian set down his spoon. 6 months ago, my ex-wife sent me a link to Maggie's website. I hadn't looked her up in years, it hurt too much. But Vanessa sent it with a note that said, "Maybe it's time to stop running from what you really want." So I looked. Spent 3 hours reading about the work she'd built, the artists she'd supported, the community she'd served. And I realized she'd built everything we dreamed about together. Just without me. Rusty waited. And I felt this ache in my chest that I'd been ignoring for 25 years. This sense that I'd achieved everything I set out to achieve, and it meant nothing because I'd lost her. So yes, I love her. I never stopped. I just convinced myself I had. And the fixing of past mistakes part? That's real too. I can't separate them. I love her, and I want to make things right, and I want to build something meaningful together. All of it's true. Rusty nodded slowly. Fair enough. At least you're honest about it. They finished lunch. Rusty insisted on paying. My town, my restaurant, my rules. As they stood to leave, Julian noticed Betty and Sarah at their table still watching. Rusty noticed too. Steered Julian toward their table. "Ladies, you remember Julian Cross?" Betty's eyes were sharp. "I remember. Maggie's college boyfriend. The one who left." "I'm back," Julian said simply. "So we heard. Staying at Coral's place." Sarah's tone was neutral, assessing. "Been seen around town quite a bit." "I'm planning to stay. Make a life here." Betty exchanged a look with Sarah. Bold thing to say for someone who left once already. "It's not bold. It's the truth." "We'll see." But something in Betty's expression softened slightly. "Maggie's good people. Best art teacher those kids could ask for. She deserves someone who stays." "I agree." Sarah leaned back in her chair. "You know what I think. I think you've got about 6 months before this town decides if you're serious, or if you're just another person who thinks small-town life sounds romantic until they actually have to live it. That's fair. Fair doesn't mean easy." Betty's voice was firm. "Small towns notice everything. Everyone knows everyone's business. You ready for that?" Julian looked at Rusty, who was watching with what might have been approval. Then back at Betty and Sarah. "Yes. I'm ready." Betty nodded once. "All right then. We'll be watching." That evening, Julian sat in his room at the Starfish and Snowflake Inn, looking out at the harbor as the sun set. His phone sat on the desk, silent. No text from Maggie. No indication of what she'd decided. But that was okay. He'd met with her father, survived the town's assessment, and made it clear that this was permanent. Actions, not words. He pulled up his text thread with Vanessa. "Julian, I'm in Sandy Claus Bay. Proposed a gallery partnership. Waiting to see if she'll say yes." The response came almost immediately. "Vanessa, good. Stop waiting for permission to be happy. She was always the one. Go get her." Julian smiled. Vanessa had moved on, really moved on, to someone who loved her the way she deserved. And instead of being bitter about the years they'd spent trying to make something work that never quite fit, she was cheering him on. That was grace he wasn't sure he deserved. He set down his phone and looked out at the lighthouse beam sweeping across the darkening water. steady, reliable, guiding boats home. Maggie still hadn't decided. But he'd done what he could today, shown up, been honest, proved through action he was serious about staying. Tomorrow he'd do the same thing. And the day after that. And the day after that. For as long as it took to prove this time was different. This time he was staying.
Chapter 3. Tuesday morning, and the folder still sat mostly unread. Maggie stood in Reef's art studio sorting through clay supplies for Thursday's workshop, trying not to think about the business proposal she'd been avoiding for 5 days. 5 days since Julian had walked back into her life with architectural renderings and promises. The door chimed. "You're scowling at innocent clay," Reef said, walking in. "That's how I know you still haven't really read it." Maggie turned to look at her lovable baby brother. Reef set 2 paper cups on the work table. "And before you ask, no, I'm not here to meddle. I'm here because I heard something yesterday I thought you should know about." "What?" "I was at the Salty Spoon picking up lunch." Reef handed her a chamomile tea. "Did you know Julian rented an apartment? Year lease. Above the bookstore on Main Street." Reef leaned against the work table and sipped his drink. "No." Maggie wrapped her hands around the warm cup. "Mrs. Patterson was there and told anyone who'd listen about her new tenant. First and last month security deposit, signed it yesterday morning." Maggie's pulse kicked. A year lease. That wasn't keeping options open. "And," she said carefully. "And nothing. I'm just telling you what I heard." Reef took another sip of his coffee. "Actions, not words. He's signing leases, lunching with Dad, taking small-town scrutiny without complaint. That means something. Or it means he's good at performing commitment." "Maybe." Reef shrugged. "But I remembered something last night. That summer when I was 14, Dad took us all out on the boat. You and Julian were being insufferably romantic, so I was bored out of my mind. Julian noticed and asked if I wanted to learn how to use his camera. Spent the whole afternoon teaching me composition, how to capture light on water. I remember you following him around during that visit." "Yeah, well, I was 14 and he was cool." Reef's expression shifted. "But here's the thing. Later that week we were at the Driftwood, and he spent forever looking at Vera's grandmother's old maritime photographs, asking about the town's history. I asked him why he cared about a small town when he was about to work with real artists in New York." Reef met her eyes. "He said the best curators honor the locals while reaching for the excellent. That sophistication could exist anywhere, not just in big cities." The words hung between them. "Then 6 months later," Maggie whispered, "he told me staying here was settling for obscurity." Exactly. So either he was lying to impress a 14-year-old, or he genuinely understood what mattered and then panicked when faced with the actual choice. Reef stepped toward her and pulled her into a quick hug. "The question is whether that guy who understood, whether he's back now, or this is just another version of saying whatever sounds good." Reef grabbed his coffee and headed toward the door. After Reef left, Maggie stood alone, thinking about contradictions and year-long leases, and a 23-year-old teaching her 14-year-old brother to capture light. She pulled the folder from her bag, the one she'd been carrying everywhere. Sat down at the work table. Actually opened it properly for the first time. The architectural renderings showed the Coast Guard station transformed. Clean white walls. Natural light through tall windows. Space for both intimate pieces and large installations. The Navarro Cross Gallery. Her name first. She flipped through the pictures to the legal documents. Partnership agreement. Equal ownership, 50-50, no hidden clauses. His expertise and her vision were equally weighted. The mission statement read like something they might have written together at college, to bridge sophisticated contemporary art with community accessibility. To honor both artistic ambition and grassroots engagement. To prove that excellence and inclusivity are not opposing values but complementary strengths. The both and philosophy she'd been afraid to reach for alone. She kept reading. Financial projections, realistic, not wildly optimistic. Marketing plans mentioning Manhattan galleries and local schools in the same breath. Exhibition schedules balancing established and emerging artists. In the margins, Julian's handwriting, your call. We decide together. Whatever works best. She found Section 7 in the operations section. All major decisions require unanimous consent of both partners. Major decisions include but are not limited to artist representation, exhibition programming, financial commitments over $5,000, staffing, facility modifications, and strategic direction. Neither partner may override the other. Complete veto power. This wasn't a takeover disguised as a partnership. This was a genuine equal partnership, structured to prevent the exact unilateral decision-making that had destroyed them 23 years ago. Maggie sat back, staring at the contract. Her phone was right there. She could text Julian, ask to meet, and have the conversation she'd been avoiding. Or she could keep avoiding it. Keep pretending and building the safe small life she'd convinced herself was enough. Before she could overthink it, she grabbed her phone. Maggie, can you meet tomorrow morning? Lighthouse 8? His response came within seconds. Julian, I'll be there. Wednesday morning arrived cold and bright. Maggie walked the familiar path to the lighthouse, trying to organize her questions. The ocean was restless, with waves crashing against rocks and gulls wheeling overhead. Julian stood near the base holding 2 paper cups. He turned when she approached. Tea, chamomile if I remember right. His voice was tentative. Unless that changed. It hadn't. Maggie accepted the cup, surprised he'd remembered after 23 years. Thank you. From the salty spoon. Should still be hot. They stood there, awkwardness filling the space between them. I read the proposal, Maggie said finally. All of it. And I have questions. Okay. Julian gestured at the bench. Ask. They sat. Maggie wrapped both hands around the warm cup. You signed a year-long apartment lease, she said. Yes. Before you knew whether I'd say yes to the partnership. I can't stay at the inn forever. If I'm serious about making this my home, I need an actual home. He looked at her. Whether you say yes or no to the partnership, I'm staying. What if I say no? Then I find other partners, represent different artists, and build something here anyway. He met her eyes. I'm choosing this town. You're my first choice for partnership because I think we'd build something extraordinary together. But I'm staying, regardless. That should have been reassuring. Instead, it made everything harder, because saying yes meant confronting what she actually wanted. The veto power clause, Maggie said. Section 7. I can block anything. Yes. What if we can't agree? What if every decision becomes a fight? Then we talk it through like adults. We negotiate. We find both and instead of either or. He took a sip of coffee. That's what equal partnership means. We have to work through disagreements together. And if we can't, then we're not good partners and we dissolve the partnership. He said it calmly. But I don't think that'll happen. We share core values, excellence and accessibility, sophistication and community. We'll disagree on execution sometimes. But our fundamental vision aligns. Maggie stared into her tea. What about the personal stuff? Our history? His expression shifted. What about it? I can't mix a professional partnership with romance. Not right away. Maybe never. She forced herself to look at him. If we do this, it has to be business first. Clear boundaries. No pressure about anything beyond the gallery. Okay. Just like that? Yes, I'd rather have you as a business partner with clear boundaries than push for more and lose everything. He held her gaze. I came back because I still love you and think we could build something extraordinary. But if you need the personal stuff off the table to feel safe, then it's off the table. I'm patient. For how long? As long as it takes. Or forever, if that's what you need. He looked at the ocean. I'm 47 and have spent 25 years chasing the wrong things. I'm done rushing. If all we ever have is a professional partnership, that's still more meaningful than anything I had in Manhattan. The ache in her chest intensified. Last question, she said quietly. Why me? You could partner with anyone. Julian was quiet for a long moment. Because you were always the best curator I knew. You understand how to serve the community without sacrificing artistic integrity. Because 25 years ago, we dreamed about building exactly this kind of gallery. He turned to face her. And I want to finally build that dream. With you. Maggie looked at the folder she'd brought. I'm talking to a lawyer this week, she said. Having someone review the contract who isn't emotionally involved. I'll probably add some clauses about conflict resolution and exit strategies. That's smart. And we need to be clear, if I say yes to the gallery, that's all I'm saying yes to. Not romance, not dating, not anything beyond professional collaboration. I understand. She took a breath. If my lawyer signs off, and if we can agree on my additions, then yes, business partners. Relief and joy transformed his face. Maggie. Don't thank me yet. I haven't signed anything. And I mean it, business only. No pressure about anything else. No pressure. I promise. He stood and she thought he might hug her. But he just nodded once, respecting the boundary. Talk to your lawyer. Add whatever you need. I'll wait. He started down the path, then paused. Thank you for being brave enough to consider this. That's more than I had any right to hope for. Then he left, giving her space. Maggie sat alone, looking at the water. She'd done it. Committed to moving forward. Opened the door to the possibility that maybe she could have both, community and ambition, roots and growth. The both and philosophy she'd been afraid to reach for alone. Her phone buzzed. Vera, made any decisions yet? Maggie, talking to a lawyer this week. If terms work out, I'm saying yes to the business partnership. Vera, finally. And the personal stuff? Maggie, off the table. Business only. Vera, for now? Maggie, maybe forever. I don't know yet. Vera, fair enough. Proud of you. Maggie stood and walked back toward town and the studio where she'd spent 20 years creating safe work. Toward the life she was finally ready to expand. Terrified. But moving forward anyway.
Chapter 4. The apartment came with a view. Not much of one, just a sliver of harbor visible if Julian stood at the right angle by the bedroom window. But it was there. Water and boats and the lighthouse in the distance, all the things that made Sandy Claus Bay home. On Monday, Julian had signed the lease in Mrs. Patterson's cramped real estate office while she made cheerful small talk about the building's history. Built in 1887, she said, sliding the paperwork across her desk. Original colonial structure, beautifully preserved. Your apartment has amazing light, south-facing windows. Previous tenant was a watercolor artist. Stayed for 12 years before moving to Portland. Julian signed where she indicated. First month, last month, security deposit. A year-long commitment to his future. Your 5-minute walk from the Coast Guard station, Mrs. Patterson continued. That's the building you're interested in renovating, isn't it? I heard you've been meeting with contractors. Of course she'd heard. Small towns noticed everything. I am, Julian said. Pending partnership approval. With Maggie Navarro. Mrs. Patterson's expression was carefully neutral. She's wonderful. Best art teacher this town's ever had. My granddaughter took her Saturday workshop last summer, came home covered in paint and absolutely glowing. The assessment was gentle but clear: Maggie matters here. Don't mess this up. She is wonderful, Julian agreed quietly. After he left the office, Julian walked to the Coast Guard station. Beautiful and abandoned. Waiting for a new purpose. Julian pulled out his phone and opened the architectural renderings he'd commissioned. The before images showed exactly what stood in front of him, neglected but structurally intact. The after images showed clean white walls, restored windows letting in maximum light, and the deck rebuilt to showcase harbor views. Open floor plan where office partitions had been torn down. High ceilings exposed. Space that could hold both intimate works and large installations. The Navarro Cross Gallery. If Maggie said yes. Tuesday afternoon, Julian met with contractors at the station. 3 local firms had submitted bids for the renovation work. He'd reviewed them all, checked references, talked to previous clients. Now he walked through the building with each contractor, asking questions, taking notes, trying to understand not just costs but philosophy. The third contractor was Tom Bradley's son, Jake, early 30s, who'd grown up in Sandy Claus Bay and apprenticed with his father before starting his own firm. Dad said you're working with Maggie, Jake mentioned as they stood in what would become the main gallery space. That you're doing this right, equal partnership, her vision getting equal weight. That's the plan. Good. Jake knocked on a support beam, checking stability. Because we've seen too many outsiders come in talking about improving local spaces and end up destroying what made them special. This building matters to people. Served the community for 70 years. If it's going to be something new, it better still serve. It will, Julian said. That's non-negotiable. Jake studied him for a moment, then nodded. All right. Let me show you what we can do with the lighting system. They spent 2 hours going through details, structural work needed, timeline for renovations, how to preserve original features while updating for gallery use. By the time Julian left, he had a clear favorite. Jake's bid wasn't the lowest, but his understanding of what the building meant to the community was worth the premium. Wednesday morning, Julian had coffee at the Salty Spoon. Not to meet anyone, just to be present, to learn the rhythms of this place. He'd been doing this all week, showing up at community spaces, listening more than talking, trying to understand Sandy Claus Bay from the inside. The restaurant was busy with the breakfast crowd. Families, couples, regulars who had their usual tables and usual orders. Julian sat at the counter with his coffee and the local newspaper, half listening to conversations around him. Heard the Coast Guard station might finally get renovated. About time. Been sitting empty too long. Who's doing it? That guy from New York? He and Maggie, I think. Some kind of partnership. Julian kept his eyes on his newspaper, not acknowledging that they were talking about him. This was how small towns worked, information flowing through casual conversations, community opinion forming over coffee and breakfast specials. A shadow fell across his newspaper. Julian looked up to find a man standing beside him, late 30s, familiar face, but they hadn't met. This seat taken? The man asked, gesturing at the empty stool beside Julian. It's all yours. The man sat, signaled the waitress for coffee, and then turned to Julian with a direct gaze that said this wasn't a casual encounter. Toby Kesley, he said. Felicity's brother. Julian Cross. They shook hands. I know. Toby's coffee arrived. He took a sip, then, I wanted to meet you. Maggie's important to my family. To this whole town. Julian set down his newspaper. I'm getting that message. Good. Because my daughter, Waverly, she's 10, went through hell a few years ago when her mother died suddenly. 6 years old, trying to understand why her mom wasn't coming back. Julian's throat tightened. I'm sorry. That summer Maggie ran a special art class. Just for Waverly. Every Tuesday afternoon. Free. Didn't make it therapy, didn't make it formal, just gave my daughter colored paper and paint and a safe space to express what she couldn't say in words. Toby's voice stayed steady, but Julian heard everything underneath. Waverly still has every piece she made. Some of them are messy and heartbreaking and beautiful. Maggie gave her a way to heal. Around them, the restaurant continued its morning noise, orders called out, coffee cups clinking, conversations flowing. But in this small space at the counter, Julian felt the weight of what Toby was telling him. "She's remarkable," Julian said quietly. "She is. Which is why I'm asking, what changed from 23 years ago? You made her choose between her life and you. Told her staying here was settling. Now you're back with plans to build something. What's different?" Julian had answered variations of this question for Coral, for Rusty, for himself countless times. But Toby's directness demanded complete honesty. "I grew up," he said simply. "At 24, I thought success meant Manhattan galleries and prestigious clients. Thought being where the art world happened was what mattered. I spent 25 years achieving exactly that. Built a gallery, represented important artists, did everything I'd set out to do." He paused. "And I was miserable." "So you're here because the big city didn't work out?" "I'm here because I finally learned that success without meaning is just expensive loneliness." Julian met Toby's eyes. "Maggie understood at 22 what I'm only learning now, that community matters. That purpose matters. That you can have excellence and accessibility, sophistication and heart." She wasn't settling by staying here. She was choosing wisdom. I was too arrogant to see. Toby's expression shifted slightly. "My wife, Posey, came back here from New York a few years ago for similar reasons. Had a successful event planning business, a nice apartment, everything she thought she wanted. But she was miserable. Took her a while to admit that big city success wasn't the same as happiness." "Exactly," Julian said. "You can achieve everything you set out to achieve and still feel empty. That's what I learned the hard way." Toby was quiet for a moment, studying him. "And Maggie herself? Is she part of that realization, or the excuse for it?" "Both," Julian admitted. "I came back because I love her. I never stopped. But I'm staying because of what she represents, values I should have honored 25 years ago. This town, this way of being in the world. Whether she gives me a second chance romantically, I'm still staying. I'm still building a life here." "That's a good answer." Toby drained his coffee. "But here's the thing, words are easy. You can sit here and tell me you've changed, that you understand what matters now, that you're committed to staying. But this town will measure you by your actions, not your speeches. Show up or don't. Build something meaningful or don't. Treat Maggie with respect or don't. We'll all be watching. Let's see how you handle the hard parts." "I can handle it." "We'll see." Toby stood, dropped cash on the counter for his coffee. Then paused. "For what it's worth, Waverly asks about you. Heard from Felicity that Maggie's talking to her college boyfriend again. My daughter's a romantic, wants to believe in second chances." His voice softened. "Don't prove her wrong." After Toby left, Julian sat with his now cold coffee, thinking about responsibility, Waverly and her grief, and the art class that had helped her heal, and Maggie's quiet kindness, the way she served this community without needing recognition. 25 years ago, he'd thought that kind of service was small, local, limiting. Now he understood, it was everything. The waitress refilled his coffee. "You're the one working with Maggie on the gallery, right?" "Potentially. If she agrees to the partnership." "She will." The waitress smiled. "Maggie's smart. She knows a good opportunity when she sees it. And you rented an apartment, you're meeting with contractors, you're showing up at community spaces. That says something." After she walked away, Julian pulled out his phone and looked at his message thread with Maggie. Nothing since the lighthouse. A week of silence while she thought, while her lawyer reviewed, while he waited. Then his phone buzzed in his hand. "Maggie, decision made. Come to Reef's gallery, At 4 p.m. Julian's heart kicked against his ribs. He checked the time, 1:30 p.m., 2.5 hours. Julian, I'll be there. Then he sat at the counter trying to breathe normally, trying not to read too much into the words, decision made, trying to prepare himself for either answer. At 3:45 p.m., Julian stood outside Reef's art studio and gallery, watching through the windows. Maggie was inside, talking to the last student from what looked like an afternoon workshop. An older woman, maybe 70s, holding a watercolor that dripped slightly at the bottom. Maggie said something that made the woman laugh, then helped her clean up her workspace. The woman left clutching her painting like treasure. Maggie watched her go, then turned to the work table where a folder sat waiting. Julian checked his watch, 3:48 p.m., and opened the door. Maggie looked up. For a moment they just stood there, 3 feet and 23 years and a week of lawyer review between them. "Hi," she said. "Hi. You're early." "I was nearby." A ghost of a smile crossed her face. "Liar. You've been pacing outside for 10 minutes. I saw you through the window." Caught, Julian managed a sheepish grin. "Guilty." Maggie picked up the folder. "I had my lawyer review everything. She's good. Marissa Morrison practices family and business law here in town. She found some gaps in the liability clauses and wanted clearer language about decision-making processes." Julian's pulse steadied. This was business. Professional. He could handle business. What did she recommend? "Come look." Maggie opened the folder on the work table, sticky notes flagging changes throughout the document. First thing, liability. She wanted clear language about what happens if someone gets hurt at an event, if artwork gets damaged, if a contractor makes a mistake. Who's responsible for what? They stood side by side reviewing the amendments. Maggie walked him through each change: insurance requirements, incident reporting procedures, clear delineation of responsibilities. "These are good changes," Julian said. "More protection for both of us." Maggie flipped to another section. "There's also the financial breakdown. I know you purchased the building, and you're funding the renovations. My lawyer wanted to make sure my contributions were clearly valued too." Julian looked at the section she indicated. Partnership equity distribution based on Julian's capital investment, building purchase, renovation costs. Maggie's sweat equity, 20 years of community relationships, established artist network, local credibility. Shared operational investment, going forward. "You're bringing 20 years of trust," Julian said. "Every artist in this region knows your name. Every family whose kids you've taught. That's not worth less than my capital investment, it's worth more. Without your reputation, this gallery would just be some outsider's vanity project. Marissa valued my contribution at 40% equity based on intangible assets. I'd value it at 50. Equal partnership means equal ownership, regardless of who brought what money." He met her eyes. "Your relationships, your curatorial vision, your understanding of this community, that's what makes this work. I'm bringing expertise and capital. You're bringing everything that matters." Something shifted in Maggie's expression. "The contract shows 50-50 ownership. I wasn't sure you'd actually agree to that, given the capital difference." "I already agreed to it, in the original proposal. Your lawyer just made sure it was ironclad." He smiled slightly. "This is a partnership, Maggie. Real partnership. Not me funding your vision or you legitimizing my project. Equal." Second thing, decision-making. She wanted it absolutely clear that all major decisions require both partners' agreement. No unilateral actions, no overriding each other. Maggie flipped to another flagged section. We had the general language before, but she spelled out specific examples. Gallery exhibitions, artist representation, pricing structures, staffing decisions, facility modifications, strategic direction. All require unanimous consent. Julian read through the language. It was thorough, protective, designed to prevent exactly the kind of power imbalance that had destroyed them at 24. "I love it," he said honestly. "This is a real partnership." Third thing, exit strategies. Maggie's voice was carefully neutral. What happens if this doesn't work? How we dissolve the partnership fairly, who gets what, how we protect each other if things fall apart. Julian looked at that section. Buyout procedures, asset division, timeline for dissolution. All spelled out in clear legal language. It hurt to read. Planning for failure while hoping for success. But it was also smart. Responsible. The sort of boundary that made partnership possible. "I agree to all of it," he said. "Every amendment, every protection. Your lawyer's right, this makes the contract stronger." Maggie studied him. "Just like that? No negotiation. Just like that. This is a partnership, Maggie. Equal partnership. I'm not here to fight you on reasonable protections." He closed the folder. "If you can accept these terms, so can I. When do we sign?" "Tomorrow. Marissa's office, 10 a.m. She took a breath. "So that's a yes. If you're still willing, I'm saying yes to the partnership." Relief flooded through him, so intense it was almost dizzying. "I'm still willing." "Good. Because there's one more thing we need to talk about." She gestured around the studio. "This space. Reef's art studio and gallery." Julian waited. "I'm keeping it," Maggie said, "as my personal studio and community workshop space. The new gallery, the Navarro Cross Gallery, will be for exhibitions and programming. Both sophisticated work from established artists and showcases for local creators. High-end sales alongside accessible pieces. Workshop space for classes and community events. But this," she touched the work table, paint-stained and familiar. "This stays mine. This is where I create my own work, where I can experiment without pressure, where the most informal teaching happens. My personal studio is separate from the business." Julian looked around properly now. Student artwork on the walls, some skilled, some charmingly amateur, all displayed with equal care. Supplies organized for easy access. Maggie's own sculptures on pedestals by the window. Beautiful coastal pieces. Technically skilled. Safe. Nothing like the ambitious, boundary-pushing work he remembered from college. Nothing that took risks or revealed vulnerability. But he didn't say that. Not yet. First, they'd build a partnership. Then maybe they could talk about the art she was afraid to make. "I love that plan," he said honestly. "The new gallery handles both the business side and the community programming, exhibitions, sales, workshops. And this space stays yours for creating, for the intimate teaching you do, for keeping your own artistic practice separate from the partnership. Smart boundaries." Relief transformed her face. "You really think so? Because I was worried you'd see it as unprofessional, or?" "Maggie." He took a half-step closer. "This is why the partnership works. You understand community in ways I never learned. I bring gallery expertise and connections. Together we build something neither of us could make alone. Sophisticated and accessible. Both and. Partners then." She held out her hand. He took it. Her palm was warm, calloused from sculpting strong. The handshake should have been professional, sealing a business agreement, nothing more. Instead, electricity shot through him. Sharp and undeniable, crackling up his arm and settling somewhere behind his ribs. Maggie felt it too. He saw it in the slight widening of her eyes, the catch in her breath, the way her fingers tightened against his for just a moment before she pulled away. "Tomorrow," she said, voice slightly unsteady. 10 a.m., Marissa's office on Harbor Street. "I'll be there." They stood there for a moment longer, the ghost of the touch still hanging between them. Then Maggie grabbed her bag, moving with purpose toward the back of the studio. "I need to lock up." "Can you?" "I'll let myself out." Julian walked to the door, paused with his hand on the handle. "Maggie?" She looked back. "Thank you for being brave enough to say yes." After the door closed behind him, Julian stood on the sidewalk trying to steady his breathing. Tomorrow they'd sign papers. Make it official. Business partners building something that honored both their values. And every day after that, he'd prove through consistent action that he deserved this second chance. His hand still tingled where she'd touched it. He walked back through town as the March afternoon turned to evening. The harbor reflected gold and pink from the sunset. People nodded as he passed, Tom Bradley locking up the hardware store, the waitress from the Salty Spoon walking home, families heading to dinner. Small-town life. Everyone knowing your business, noticing your actions, having opinions about your choices. He'd spent 25 years in Manhattan, being invisible. Sophisticated and successful and completely alone. This was better. In his apartment, Julian stood at the window looking toward that sliver of harbor. Tomorrow, they became partners. Tomorrow it became real. The rest, everything else the handshake had promised, the electricity neither of them could deny, would unfold in its own time. If he were patient, consistent, and proved through every single action that this time he was staying for good.
Chapter 5. 2 months in and the walls were gone. Maggie stood in the gutted Coast Guard station, watching contractors tear down the last interior partition. She tried to remember what the space had looked like in March, dark, cramped, divided into offices that made the building feel half its actual size. Now it breathed. Careful with that beam. Julian called from across the space, hard hat crooked, blueprints under one arm. Its original structure, we're keeping it exposed. Jake Bradley's crew adjusted. Maggie watched Julian move through the construction zone, pointing, answering questions, making calls. Project management suited him. Running a gallery meant juggling contractors, artists, shipping companies, installation crews. This was what he knew. What surprised her was how much he listened. When she'd suggested keeping the original window frames, he'd adjusted the plans immediately. When she'd worried about losing the building's character, he'd brought in a historic preservation consultant. Real partnership. Also dangerous proximity. Maggie. Julian waved her over. Come look at this. She picked her way across construction debris to where he stood beneath a newly exposed beam. The ceiling soared 15 feet up, beautiful old wood visible after decades behind drop panels. This is what I wanted you to see. Julian was slightly breathless. The bones of this building. For 70 years it served the community, Coast Guard operations keeping the harbor safe. He turned to look at the space. This building was about service, he said. Now it'll serve again. Just differently. Art instead of safety patrols. Still community. The metaphor landed. Both of them had been service-oriented, Julian in Manhattan galleries, her in accessible local art. But they'd walled themselves off from bigger possibilities. Built safe small spaces. Now they were opening up. Lighting installation starts next week, Julian said, pulling out his phone to show her renderings. Track lighting here, but also pendant fixtures for warmth. Not too clinical. They stood close, looking at his screen. His shoulder brushed hers. Sawdust and coffee. Maggie stepped back. Professional boundaries. What she'd insisted on. Julian noticed. He always noticed. But he didn't comment, just rolled his blueprints and headed back to Jake's crew. Working alongside him daily, easier and harder than expected. Easier because he listened. Respected her vision. Deferred to her community knowledge, without ego. Harder because chemistry didn't care about boundaries. Thursday afternoon in late April, Maggie taught her weekly painting workshop at Reef's Art Studio. 6 students, complete beginners to intermediate. Watercolors today, her favorite medium for teaching because it forced you to let go. Agnes Morrison, 68 and new to painting, sat frustrated at her easel. It keeps turning muddy, she said, gesturing at her landscape where every color had bled into brownish gray. Maggie crouched beside her. You're trying to control it too much. Watercolor wants to flow. Let it surprise you. She demonstrated on scrap paper loose strokes. Blues and greens touching, blending where they met. See? You don't have to know exactly what it'll look like. Trust the process. Agnes tried again, more relaxed. The colors stayed brighter. Beautiful. Maggie moved to the next student, Richard, who'd been painting for years but played it safe. Rich, you're technically perfect here. Now push it. Add that magenta you've been avoiding. She worked through the class. Patient with beginners, challenging the advanced students, celebrating small wins. This was what she loved, making art feel accessible. Possible. No intimidation, no elitism. Just belief that everyone could create. When she looked up, Julian stood in the doorway. Her pulse jumped. How long had he been watching? The students noticed. Agnes whispered something to her neighbor. Richard glanced over with poorly concealed curiosity. Don't mind me, Julian said. Just passing by. But he didn't leave. Stayed in the doorway until class ended 20 minutes later. After the students filtered out with Agnes beaming and Richard already planning his next piece, Julian stepped inside. I didn't know you were watching, Maggie said, cleaning brushes at the sink. You're amazing with them. He gestured at the artwork drying on easels. The way you make art feel possible. Not precious or intimidating. Just something they can do. She shrugged. That's the point. Art shouldn't be gate-kept. But you're capable of more than you let yourself create. His voice was gentle. You make this look easy because you're technically brilliant. These students don't know they're learning from someone who could be exhibiting in major galleries. Maggie turned off the water. This matters too. Maybe more. Both and Maggie. He stepped closer. You can make art accessible and challenge yourself. Teaching them doesn't diminish your own practice. The truth lodged somewhere behind her ribs. He was right. She'd been using community service as an excuse not to risk failure. I should get back to the site, Julian said when she didn't respond. Jake wanted a sign-off on the workshop space. After he left, Maggie stood in the studio thinking about the art she'd stopped making. The ambitious sculptures from college that had required vulnerability she no longer allowed herself. Her phone buzzed. Felicity, coffee tomorrow? Haven't seen you in weeks. Maggie, gallery construction is consuming my life. Felicity, that's what I want to talk about. Friday morning at the Salty Spoon, Felicity was already at a table with 2 steaming coffees waiting. So, Felicity said before Maggie even sat down. The entire town is taking bets on when you two will admit you're together. We're business partners. Felicity raised an eyebrow. Honey, everyone at the farmer's market saw you two last Saturday. That was not a professional collaboration. Maggie's face heated. They'd been buying produce. Julian had made her laugh about something, she couldn't even remember what, and apparently the whole town had witnessed it. We're maintaining professional boundaries. How's that working for you? Fine. Liar. Felicity sipped her coffee. Vera called me. Said she watched you review paint samples with him yesterday, and it looked like foreplay. Vera needs a hobby. Vera has a hobby. It's called watching you fall for your business partner and being in denial about it. Maggie slumped in her chair. It's complicated. Why? Because if I let this become romantic and it doesn't work out, I lose the partnership too. The gallery, the dream, everything we're building. She wrapped both hands around her warm cup. I can't risk that. What if it does work out? What if it doesn't? What if he gets bored with small-town life in 6 months? Maggie. Felicity's voice went firm. I watched Reef come back here after 6 years, terrified I'd reject him. Watched him prove through consistent action that he'd changed. Watched him earn back trust I didn't think I could give. She reached across the table. Julian's doing the same thing. Town meetings. Community events. Helping teenagers with art school applications. My brother pulled him aside last week. Toby's protective of you, always has been. Whatever Julian said, Toby came back smiling. Toby talked to Julian? At the Salty Spoon. Settled right next to him at the counter. Felicity squeezed her hand. Everyone can see he's changed except you. And I think you see it too. You're just scared. After Felicity left, Maggie sat with her cooling coffee thinking about fear and boundaries. Maggie had stopped at the hardware store for supplies and was browsing paintbrushes when she heard voices in the next aisle. Maria Sullivan and Richard Hayes, both local artists who'd been showing work at craft markets for years. This new gallery they're building, Richard was saying. You think they'll still show our work? Maria's voice was cautious. Maggie says it's both and. Sophisticated and accessible. But I've seen this before. Rich guy from New York comes in, talks about elevating the art scene, and suddenly local artists can't afford the commission rates. You think that's what's happening? I don't know. But that building's getting expensive renovations. High-end lighting, climate control, professional curation. That's not for selling my $200 watercolors. Maggie's stomach sank. She hadn't considered that locals might feel threatened. She waited until they'd left, paid for her supplies and walked straight to the construction site. Julian was reviewing plans with Jake when she arrived. He looked up and saw her expression. Give us a minute, he said to Jake. Once they were alone, Maggie told him about the conversation. I need to talk to them, she said. To Maria and Richard and the other local artists. Make it clear this isn't about pushing them out. What if we host a meeting? Julian suggested. Invite all the local artists who show work anywhere in town. Show them the plans, get their input, prove this benefits them. They spent the next hour planning it. Invitations to 15 artists. Tuesday evening at the construction site. Transparent presentation, then questions. This matters, Maggie said as they finalized the list. I know. Julian looked at her. Not just for reassuring them. For holding us accountable. A week later, 15 local artists gathered at the construction site. The space was far enough along to see the vision, walls painted, lighting installed, floor refinished. Still rough, but unmistakably becoming something. Maggie led them through while Julian hung back. Main gallery space here, she explained, gesturing at the open floor plan. Flexible exhibition area for both large installations and intimate work. Track lighting for versatility. She walked with them to the back. Workshop space. Tables, storage and kiln room being added. Open to all skill levels. Classes, community events, whatever serves the artists. Maria raised her hand. But commission rates. If you're bringing in expensive pieces, won't your costs go up? Julian stepped forward. We'll have two commission structures. Standard 40% for high-end exhibitions, covers our increased overhead, professional curation and marketing. But 25% for local showcases. Same as craft markets charge. The high-end work subsidizes the accessible work. Richard looked skeptical. And you'll really show both? Not just give us the back room? Both, Maggie said. Equally visible, equally valued. This isn't Manhattan coming to Sandy Claus Bay. This is Sandy Claus Bay getting resources to show what we've always been creating. She showed them the rotating exhibition schedule Julian had drafted. 6 weeks established artists from his Manhattan connections. 6 weeks local showcases. 6 weeks emerging artists. Continuous cycle. The tension eased. Not everyone was convinced immediately, but they were willing to watch. As people filed out, Maria approached Maggie. I hope my questions didn't sound too skeptical. I've just seen too many local shops get priced out by gentrification. Not at all. And I'm glad you asked. We need that honesty to make this work for everyone. After everyone left, Maggie and Julian stood in the empty gallery. That went well, she said. Because they trust you. Your reputation made that meeting possible. I know. Maggie looked around at the space. This only works because you're part of it. Without your credibility, I'm just some outsider with money and ideas. The acknowledgement meant more to her than he probably realized. I should get home, Maggie said, suddenly aware they were alone in the dim gallery, standing too close. Yeah. Me too. Neither of them moved. Julian's phone buzzed. He checked it, frowned slightly. Problem? Maggie asked. Just an artist from New York. Getting anxious about his fall show. He silenced the phone. Sarah can handle it. But Maggie had seen the tension in his shoulders. Do you miss it? Manhattan. Sometimes I miss the energy. The density of the art world. Everything happening at once. He met her eyes. But I don't miss being lonely. Success without meaning. That's what I had there. Here I have meaning. Even if it's messier and slower, and everyone knows my business. The whole town is watching us. I know. Betting on when we'll admit we're together. I know that too. He stepped closer. Are we? Together? We're business partners. Maggie. I need to maintain boundaries, Julian. If this becomes romantic and doesn't work out. It'll work out. You don't know that. I do. His voice was quiet but certain. Because I'm not leaving, this partnership matters more to me than any romantic possibility, and even if you never want more than business, I'm still here. Still committed to building this gallery with you. The words lodged in her throat. She wanted to believe him. Wanted to trust that this time was different. I need to go, she managed. She left, walking out into the April evening with her heart pounding and her boundaries feeling thinner. Late May arrived with perfect weather. Gallery construction ahead of schedule. Julian had become a fixture at town events, farmers market, town council meetings, volunteer work. People greeted him by name. Accepted him as part of Sandy Claus Bay. Maggie told herself their relationship was purely professional. Everyone else knew better. One evening at the Driftwood, Vera cornered her while she browsed antique frames. You're falling for him, Vera said. Not a question. We're business partners. Betty from the farmers market called to ask if you're bringing Julian to the Memorial Day festival as your date. Maggie set down the frame. The whole town is talking about us? Small town, honey. And you two are not subtle. Vera leaned against a display cabinet. What are you so afraid of? That he'll leave again. That I'll build my whole life around him, and he'll decide small town living isn't exciting enough. Has he given you any indication he's leaving? No. Has he been anything but consistent for the past 3 months? No. Then what's really stopping you? Maggie was quiet for a long moment. Admitting I want him means admitting my life wasn't complete without him. That I've been settling. That the walls I built were just fear pretending to be wisdom. Oh, honey. Vera's voice softened. Your life has been beautiful. Complete in its own way. But that doesn't mean it can't be even better. Both things can be true. After Vera left to help another customer, Maggie stood among the antiques thinking about both and. 20 years of insisting community art was enough, that she didn't need more, that staying small kept her safe. Her phone buzzed. Julian, lighting installation finished. Want to grab dinner and then see it? 6:30. Dinner. Not just a professional walkthrough of the new lighting. Dinner together, like a date, then the gallery. She should say no, maintain boundaries and keep things professional, protect herself. She didn't. Maggie, dinner sounds good. See you at 6:30. The salty spoon was busy for a Wednesday evening. Maggie arrived to find Julian already at a booth by the window, looking nervous in a way that made her chest tight. "Hi," he said, standing as she approached. "Hi." They sat. The waitress, Marie, who'd been working here for years, appeared with menus and barely concealed curiosity. Well, Maggie Navarro and her business partner. How lovely. The emphasis on business partner was pointed enough that Julian smiled. "Just dinner, Marie." Him. "I'll give you 2 a minute." After she left, Maggie picked up her menu even though she knew it by heart. "The whole town is impossible." "I noticed." Julian's voice was warm. "Does it bother you? Everyone watching, having opinions?" "It should. I've spent my whole life being private, keeping my personal life separate." She set down the menu. "But honestly, I'm tired of pretending. Tired of maintaining boundaries that are making both of us miserable." His expression shifted. "Maggie. Let's just have dinner," she blurted. "As whatever we are. Figure out the rest later." They ordered chowder for both, the house special. The conversation started carefully. Gallery timeline, upcoming artist showcases. But gradually it shifted. Julian told her about a gallery opening in Manhattan where the artist had shown up drunk and insulted half the collectors. Sarah had to physically remove him from the building. "We lost 3 major sales." Maggie laughed. "And you still represented him?" "For another year, until he got sober and moved to Vermont." Julian shook his head. "The art world is full of brilliant people making terrible choices." "Is that what you think you did? Coming back here?" "No, coming back here was the first smart choice I made in 25 years. He held her gaze. "Leaving was a terrible choice. It just took 2 decades to figure it out." The food arrived. They ate slowly, talking about everything and nothing. Maggie told him about teaching her first art class at 23, terrified she'd have nothing to offer. Julian described his first gallery show in Manhattan, convinced it would be a disaster. "It was actually very successful," he admitted. "But I spent the entire night convinced everyone hated it." "Imposter syndrome." "Completely." He smiled. "Still have it sometimes. Wonder if I know what I'm doing." "You do," Maggie said quietly. "The gallery's going to be beautiful. You've managed the whole renovation perfectly." "We've managed it. Together." He reached across the table, hesitated. "Can I?" She gave him her hand. His fingers closed around hers, warm and steady. They sat like that, hands linked across the table in the middle of the salty spoon where everyone could see. "The lighting," Julian said finally. "Want to go see it?" "Yes." He paid, insisted despite her protest, and they walked through the May evening toward the gallery. Still holding hands. Maggie half expected someone to stop them, comment, but the few people they passed just smiled. The gallery at night was transformed. Julian unlocked the door and flipped the switches. Pendant fixtures cast warm pools of light, while track lighting created dramatic shadows on the walls. Sophisticated but not cold. Professional but not sterile. "What do you think?" Julian asked. "It's beautiful." He walked her through the system, showing her the different configurations, the flexibility they'd built in. Standing close in the warm glow, he reached for the same switch she did. Their hands brushed. The moment lingered. Neither of them pulled away. Julian turned to face her, close enough she could see the flecks of gold in his eyes. "Maggie, I need to tell you something."
Chapter 6. "Maggie, I need to tell you something." The words hung between them. Julian stood close enough to see the flecks of amber in her eyes, close enough to catch the scent of chamomile tea and paint that always clung to her. The gallery lights cast warm shadows across her face. She didn't step back. "What?" He'd rehearsed this. Lying in bed at night, walking to the construction site, sitting across from her at contractor meetings. He'd practiced finding words that would be honest without pressure. Vulnerable, without manipulation. All of it disappeared now that she was looking at him. "This isn't just business for me," he said. "Never was." Her breath caught. He saw her pulse jump at her throat. "I know we agreed to professional boundaries. I know you needed that to feel safe saying yes. And I respect that, I do. But I can't keep pretending." He took a breath. "I'm falling for you all over again. Maintaining distance while working beside you daily is the hardest thing I've done in years." "Julian? Let me finish." His voice was gentle. "I'm not asking you to change our agreement. Just being honest. I'll respect whatever timeline you need. Whatever boundaries make sense. But I don't want any confusion about what I want." "Which is?" Her voice was barely above a whisper. "You." He said it simply. "Partnership and romance. Professional and personal. All of it if you'll have me. But I'll take whatever you're willing to give." She just looked at him. The gallery hummed with new lighting, distant harbor traffic through windows. Everything he'd built over 4 months, partnership, trust, slow integration into her life and this town, balanced on what she said next. He reached up slowly, giving her time to pull away. Cupped her face gently. She leaned into the touch. His thumb brushed her cheekbone. Soft skin, faint dampness of tears he hadn't realized were there. Her hand came up to rest on his wrist, not pushing away, just holding on. The want was palpable. It would be easy to close the distance. Kiss her the way he'd been dreaming about for months. Years. Over 2 decades. But he'd promised to respect her timeline. "I need time," she whispered finally. Julian nodded, even though it hurt. "Okay. I need to see if the partnership works. To trust that your commitment is real. To believe this isn't," she stopped. "Isn't what?" "Midlife crisis. Nostalgia. You trying to fix past mistakes instead of actually wanting a future." He absorbed that. Fair concern. He'd shown up out of nowhere after 23 years with grand gestures and promises. Of course she was skeptical. "I want to trust you, Julian." Her voice broke slightly. "But over 2 decades is a long time." "I know." He dropped his hand even though it cost him. Stepped back. "Take whatever time you need. I'm not going anywhere." "You say that now." "I'll say it in 6 months. A year. However long it takes." He meant it. "I didn't come back on impulse. I sold my gallery stake. Signed a year lease. Bought the Coast Guard station. Joined the Sand Sculpture Committee." The list sounded absurd saying it out loud, but it was true. "I'm building a life here. Whether you ever want more than business, I'm staying." She looked at him for a long moment. "I should go." "Okay." Neither of them moved. Then Maggie stepped forward 1 step, closing the distance he'd just created, and kissed him. Fast. Fierce. Over before he could process it was happening. When she pulled back, her eyes were bright with unshed tears. I needed to know." "Know what?" "If it still felt the same." She touched her lips. "It does. God help me, it does." Then she grabbed her bag and left, the door closing with a soft click. Julian stood alone in their space, heart pounding, lips still tingling from a kiss that had lasted maybe 3 seconds. He touched his face where her hand had been. Could still feel the warmth. She'd kissed him. Asked for time, yes. Wasn't ready, yes. Had valid concerns about whether this was real. But she'd kissed him. Julian walked to the windows overlooking the harbor. Boats bobbed in their slips. The lighthouse swept its beam across the dark water. Sandy Claus Bay at night, quiet, beautiful home. He pulled out his phone, almost texted her, and stopped himself. Give her space. Let her process. Don't push. All the things he'd learned over 25 years of impatience and losing what mattered. His phone buzzed. For a wild second he thought it might be Maggie, but it wasn't. Sarah, how's small-town life? Missing the excitement yet? Julian, not even a little. This is exactly where I'm supposed to be. Sarah, that confident? Julian, that certain. Sarah, good. You sound happy. Really happy. It's been a long time since you sounded like this. Julian looked around the gallery. Out at the harbor. Thought about Maggie's hand on his wrist, her breath catching, her whisper of "I need time," that wasn't a no. Julian, I am happy finally. He locked up and walked back through the quiet May evening. A few people were still out, couples taking walks, someone walking a dog, the lights of the Salty Spoon still glowing. Tom Bradley was closing the hardware store as Julian passed. He nodded. Evening, Julian. Tom. Saw you and Maggie walking earlier. Holding hands. Small towns noticed everything. Yeah, Julian said. Good. Tom locked the door, pocketed his keys. She deserves someone who chooses her. Who shows up and stays. I know. See that you remember it. But Tom's voice was warm but firm. Have a good night. Julian walked the rest of the way thinking about being known. Being seen. Having his actions observed and judged by people who cared about Maggie enough to hold him accountable. In Manhattan, he could have had a dozen relationships and no one would have noticed or cared. Privacy and anonymity, and the freedom to screw up without consequences. Here, everyone was watching. Everyone had opinions. Everyone would know if he failed her. It should have felt suffocating. Instead, it felt like accountability that mattered. A community that cared enough to protect its own. At his apartment, Julian stood at the window looking toward the sliver of harbor visible between buildings. Maggie was somewhere out there. Thinking about what he'd said. Processing the kiss she'd initiated. Deciding whether to trust him. His phone buzzed. This time it was Maggie. Maggie, thank you for being honest. For not pushing. For giving me time. Relief flooded through him. Julian, thank you for being brave enough to consider this. Take all the time you need. Maggie, I'm scared. Julian, I know. Me too. Maggie, what are you scared of? Julian stared at the question. The honest answer felt too raw. But she'd asked. And he'd promised honesty. Julian, that I'll screw this up again. That I won't be patient enough, or good enough. That you'll decide the risk isn't worth it, and I'll have to live the rest of my life knowing I lost you twice. The three dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Maggie, I'm scared of the opposite. That it'll work. That I'll let myself want this, and build my whole life around you, and then discover small-town living isn't enough for you after all. He quickly replied. Julian, it's enough. You're enough. This life is enough. Maggie, you can't know that yet. You've only been here 4 months. Julian, I know what the alternative felt like. 25 years of enough that left me empty. I'll take messy and meaningful over polished and hollow every time. A long pause. Maggie, I should let you get some sleep. We have a contractor meeting at 8 a.m. Back to professional. Creating distance again. Julian, good night, Maggie. Maggie, good night, Julian. He set down his phone and looked out at the dark harbor. She needed time. She had valid fears. He'd hurt her once, and asking her to trust him again was asking for a leap of faith she had every right to refuse. But she'd kissed him. And she hadn't said no. Julian stood at the window for a long time, thinking about patience and second chances and the difference between wanting something and deserving it. He'd spent his whole life wanting success, validation, mattering in the art world. He'd achieved it all, and discovered achievement without meaning was just expensive emptiness. Now he wanted Maggie. Wanted this partnership and this town and this life. But more than wanting it, he needed to deserve it. That meant patience. Consistency. Showing up every day and proving through action that his commitment was real. He could do that, for however long it took. The next morning, Julian arrived at the construction site 15 minutes early. Jake's crew was already there, preparing for the day. Julian walked through the space, checking progress, making mental notes. Maggie arrived exactly at 8 a.m., professional and composed. Morning. Morning. They stood there a beat too long. Then Maggie pulled out her tablet with the contractor checklist, and they got to work. The meeting went smoothly. Timeline updates, budget reviews, decisions about finishes. Julian deferred to Maggie on anything community-facing. She deferred to him on technical gallery requirements. Partnership in action. After Jake left, they stood alone in the gallery again. That went well, Maggie said. It did. The workshop space is looking good. Exactly what we talked about. Jake's crew does solid work. Small talk. Painfully professional. Pretending last night hadn't happened. Julian hated it. Maggie. I'm not ready to talk about it, she blurted out. Last night. What you said. She stopped. I'm not ready. Okay. But I haven't decided no. I just need time to think. I understand. She looked at him then. Really looked. Do you? I'm asking you to be patient while I figure out if I can trust this. That's not fair to you. It's completely fair. I'm the one who left. I'm the one who broke your trust 23 years ago. You taking time to make sure I've actually changed? That's not unfair. That's smart. Something in her expression softened. I have to get to the studio. Thursday workshop starts at 1. I'll see you later. She started to leave, then paused at the door. Julian? Yeah? I meant what I said. Thank you for being honest. For not pretending this is easy. After she left, Julian stood in the quiet gallery thinking about how she was thanking him for honesty while he was actively aching. This was going to be the longest patience practice of his life. But she was worth it. He pulled out his phone. Julian, question. How long did it take before you trusted me as a business partner? Sarah, about 6 months. You showed up consistently, delivered on promises, didn't flake when things got hard. Why? Julian, just remembering that trust is earned, not demanded. Sarah, good. You're learning. 6 months. Maggie had only known him as a partner for 2 months. Of course, she wasn't ready to risk more. Julian got back to work, making calls to artists about potential exhibitions, reviewing lighting configurations, and planning the next phase. Being patient didn't mean being passive. It meant showing up. Every day. Proving through consistent action that his commitment was real. He could do that. One day at a time. One decision at a time. One moment of choosing her over his own impatience. For however long it took.
Chapter 7. 3 weeks after Julian's confession, Maggie stood in the nearly finished gallery watching him explain the hanging system to a local artist. Patient. Clear. Deferring to the artist's vision, even though Julian had 15 years of professional curation experience. She'd been watching him differently lately. Noticing things. How he remembered people's names after one meeting, showed up early to town council sessions and stayed late asking questions. And how he'd helped Mrs. Patterson's grandson with his college portfolio without being asked. Small actions. Consistent. The kind that proved commitment better than words. Maggie? Julian was looking at her. Did you want to weigh in on the lighting angle? She walked over. The three of them discussed fixture positions, beam spread and glare on sculpture surfaces. Professional. collaborative. And underneath, constant awareness of Julian standing close enough she could smell sawdust and coffee. After the artist left, Julian pulled a portfolio from his bag. I wanted to show you something. Yuki Tanaka, remember I mentioned her? Japanese-American sculptor, works primarily in driftwood and reclaimed materials. Maggie opened the portfolio. Stunning pieces. Museum quality. Organic forms that look grown rather than carved. Her coastal work is extraordinary, Julian said. She's based in Maine now. I represented her briefly in Manhattan. She's interested in showing here. Maggie looked at the price sheet. High. Very high. But museum quality deserved museum prices. She's perfect for the inaugural exhibition, Maggie said. Her coastal work fits our location. The quality is undeniable. You're sure? I know the price points are high. But that's the point of the both and model. High-end work like this subsidizes the local showcases. She studied the images again. What if we pair her exhibition with a workshop? She could teach reclaimed material techniques. Make sophisticated work accessible through education. Julian smiled. I'll reach out to her. And I'll start recruiting local driftwood artists for a companion show in the workshop space. Professional and emerging in conversation. Working together. Building something that honored both their visions. We make a good team, Julian said quietly. Maggie looked at him. At the way he was watching her. Yeah. We do. That evening, Maggie sat at Reef and Felicity's dinner table picking at her pasta. You're not eating, Felicity observed. I'm eating. You've moved the same 3 pieces of penne around your plate for 10 minutes. Reef refilled her wineglass. What's going on? Maggie set down her fork. Julian told me he's falling for me. We know, Felicity and Reef said in unison. The whole town knows, Reef added. We've been waiting for you to catch up. It's been 3 weeks. I don't know what to do. Felicity reached across the table. What do you want to do? Maggie stopped. Started again. I want to say yes. To stop being scared and just jump. But what if it doesn't work? What if he gets bored or I'm not enough or? Maggie. Reef's voice was firm. I spent 6 years too scared to come back here and ask Felicity for a second chance. You know what I learned. Fear is just fear. It doesn't make you safer. It just makes you alone. Felicity squeezed Maggie's hand. He's shown up every day for 4 months. Integrated into this town. Proven through consistent action that he's not going anywhere. At some point you have to decide whether to trust that or not. After dinner, while walking to her car, Maggie pulled out her phone. Stared at Julian's contact. Put it away. Pulled it out again. She typed before she could overthink. Maggie, want to have dinner? Not business. Just dinner. The reply came fast. Julian, are you asking me on a date? Her heart hammered. Maggie, maybe. Is that okay? Julian, more than okay. Tomorrow night? Maggie, tomorrow night. The Starfish and Snowflake Inn's restaurant was quiet for a Friday evening. Maggie arrived to find Julian already at a table by the window, looking nervous in a way that made her chest ache. Hi, he said, standing. Hi. They sat. The waitress appeared with menus and knowing smiles. Well, isn't this nice? You two finally on a proper date. News travels fast, Maggie muttered after she left. Small towns. But Julian was smiling. Does it bother you? It should. I've spent my whole life keeping my personal life private. She looked at him across the table. But no. It doesn't bother me. They ordered. The conversation started carefully, gallery updates, artist submissions, timeline. But gradually it shifted. Can I ask you something? Julian said. All those years building the gallery here, did you ever regret it? Staying? Maggie considered. Sometimes. Especially in my late 20s. I'd see announcements for exhibitions in New York or LA and wonder what would have happened if I'd left. If I'd chosen differently. And now I know Sandy Claus Bay wasn't a consolation prize. It was the right choice. 22-year-old me knew what mattered even if it took me years to stop second-guessing her. Julian nodded slowly. I spent over 2 decades achieving everything I thought I wanted. Built a gallery. Represented important artists. Had all the external markers. But it was hollow. I married Vanessa because successful men get married. Thought if I built the right life it would feel like enough. He met her eyes. I told her about you before the wedding. Thought honesty made it fair. It didn't. She knew she'd never be you. That must have been hard for her. It was. She deserved better. She found it, remarried to someone who loves her first, not second. His voice was quiet. I gave up what mattered for external validation. Paid for it with over 2 decades of emptiness. The food arrived. They ate slowly, talking. Maggie told him about the first time she'd run a community art show, terrified no one would come. Julian described his first major sale and the panic that it was a fluke. Imposter syndrome, Maggie said. Constantly. Still have it sometimes. After dinner, Julian suggested a walk on the beach. They left the inn and headed toward the shore. The May evening was cool but not cold. Stars visible overhead. They walked in comfortable silence. Then Julian stopped. I want to show you something. He pulled out his wallet. Maggie watched as he carefully extracted a small piece of paper. Worn at the edges. Carefully preserved. He handed it to her. A sketch. Simple pen on heavy paper. A boat on water, Sandy Claus Bay lighthouse in the background. Maggie's breath caught. Is that your 21st birthday present to me? Spring 2001. Julian's voice was soft. You said, so you remember where home is when Manhattan gets too loud. He'd carried it for over 20 years. Through his marriage, career changes, everything. I never let it go, Julian said. Kept it in my wallet through everything. Through my marriage, through career changes, through every version of my life. Vanessa knew I had it. I think that's when she knew she'd lost before she'd even started. Maggie's eyes filled. You kept it. I kept it. Because even when I was trying to build a life without you, part of me knew I'd left the most important thing behind. She kissed him. Softly at first. Tentative. Testing. Then deeper. Months of restraint breaking. Over 2 decades of absence ending. When they broke apart, both breathing hard, Julian touched her face. Maggie. I should probably say this is moving too fast, she managed. Is it? Maybe. She took his hand. But I don't care. Come with me to my studio. There's something I want to show you. At Reef's art studio and gallery, Maggie led Julian to the back room where she kept her personal work. A large piece stood covered in the corner. My senior thesis, she said. She pulled off the cover. The sculpture stood 4 feet tall, abstract forms in bronze and driftwood, organic and architectural at once. Ambitious. Technically sophisticated. The work of someone who'd believed in a shared future. Julian stepped closer, studying it. I remember this. I photographed you making it. Helped you install it for the final show. I kept it, Maggie said quietly. Couldn't bring myself to sell it or give it away. It's the piece I made when I still believed we'd build something together. Julian turned to look at her. We're building it now. Just took us over 20 years to figure out how. She kissed him again. Harder. Less tentative. His hands came up to cup her face. She pressed closer. Take me home, Julian, she whispered against his mouth. At her cottage, they barely made it through the door before kissing again. Maggie led him to her bedroom, hands shaking slightly as she reached for him. We don't have to, Julian started. I want to. She pulled him closer. I've wanted to for months. They undressed each other slowly. Taking time. Relearning. It was both familiar and new. Bodies that remembered even when minds had tried to forget. The way he traced her collarbone with his thumb, he used to do that at 20. The way she ran her fingers through his hair, same gesture, same tenderness. You still make that sound, he murmured against her neck. What sound? That little catch in your breath. You did that at 19. At 21. You still do. She laughed softly, tearfully. You still touch my face like you're memorizing it. I am. Again. For the last time. Because I'm never letting go again. They made love slowly. Learning each other again. Muscle memory and new discovery. Everything they'd been and everything they'd become. Afterward, lying tangled together, Maggie traced patterns on his chest. I kept that sculpture because I couldn't let go of what we might have been, she said quietly. You kept that sketch for the same reason. We never moved on, Julian agreed. We just got very good at pretending we had. No more pretending? No more pretending. He kissed her forehead. This is real. We're real. Finally. Maggie closed her eyes, listening to his heartbeat, feeling the solid warmth of him. 23 years of wondering. Of might-have-beens and roads not taken. And now, finally, they were on the same road. She fell asleep in his arms, peaceful for the first time in decades.
Chapter 8. Morning light filtered through Maggie's bedroom curtains. Julian woke slowly, disoriented, then remembered. Maggie's cottage. Her bed. Her. She was curled up against him, still asleep. With one arm across his chest, breathing slowly and evenly. He'd forgotten this. Or maybe he'd never let himself remember how it felt to wake up with her. In college, he used to wake up early just to watch her sleep. The way her hair spread across the pillow. The small crease between her eyebrows disappeared when she relaxed. 23 years and she still slept the same way. Julian stayed still, not wanting to wake her. His arm was numb from her weight, but he didn't care. This was what he'd left. What he'd traded for gallery openings and prestige, and a marriage that had never stood a chance. Maggie stirred. Her eyes opened slowly, focusing on him. For a second he saw uncertainty. Was this a mistake? Then she smiled. Hi, she whispered. Hi. His hand came up automatically to touch her face. Checking that she was real. You used to do that, Maggie said softly. First thing every morning. Check that I was still there. Some habits are worth keeping. They stayed in bed talking. Not about the gallery or business. Just everything else. Maggie told him about the summer she was 8, and her family had driven to the Everglades, convinced she'd see alligators everywhere. Julian admitted that in 3rd grade he'd been terrified of his piano teacher, a stern woman named Mrs. Kozlov who'd rapped his knuckles with a ruler. I didn't know you played piano, Maggie said. Past tense. Gave it up at 13 when I discovered photography. She was playing with her hair, twisting a strand around her finger. The thinking gesture he remembered. What? I'm trying to figure out if I should panic. About? Sleeping with my business partner. Complicating the professional relationship we've spent months building. Making things messy. Julian considered. Are you panicking? No. That's what's weird. I feel. She searched for the word. Peaceful. Like this is exactly where I'm supposed to be. Me too. So what do we do? I want to try this properly, Julian said. Not just business partners who occasionally sleep together. Actual relationship. Dating. Building something real. Maggie was quiet, still playing with her hair. That little crease appeared between her eyebrows. "What are you thinking?" he asked. "How do we do that while also building a business together? We're about to open a gallery. Stress, long hours, disagreements about things that matter to both of us. Clear communication. Boundaries when we need them. Willingness to have difficult conversations." He traced her collarbone with his thumb, same gesture after all these years. "I'm not saying it'll be easy. But I think we can do both." "Both and," Maggie said, smiling slightly. "Exactly." At the driftwood that afternoon, Vera took one look at Maggie and grinned. "You slept with him." Julian, browsing pottery in the next aisle, heard Maggie sputter. "How do you?" "Because you're glowing." Finally. Julian came around the corner. Vera's grin widened. "Well, well. The happy couple." "News travels fast," Julian said. "Small towns, honey. And you two aren't subtle." She winked. "I'm happy for you. Both of you. It's about time." Walking through town afterward, Julian noticed the change. The way people smiled at them. Knowing looks. A few thumbs up. At the Salty Spoon for breakfast the next morning, they got knowing smiles from half the restaurant. Marie appeared with coffee, and barely contained delight. "About time you two," she said, pouring. "We've been watching you dance around each other for months." Julian laughed. Maggie blushed. At the farmer's market on Saturday, Betty called out from her produce stand, "Maggie, heard you finally admitted what the whole town could see." She didn't even ask. Just assumed correctly. "Does everyone know?" Maggie muttered. "Apparently." But Julian was smiling. There was something comforting about being known. About a community that cared enough to pay attention. Even the contractors smiled knowingly Monday morning. "Productive weekend?" Jake said, not quite hiding his grin. "Very," Julian said blandly. After Jake left, Maggie looked at him. "This is going to be our life now. Everyone knowing our business. Does it bother you?" She considered. "No. Actually, it feels supportive. Like the town approves." "They do approve. They've been rooting for us." "For you," Maggie corrected. "They were skeptical at first. You had to earn it." "And did I?" "Yeah. You did." The following month, they learned to balance dual relationships. Patterns emerged. Breakfast together most mornings at the Salty Spoon or Maggie's cottage. Work at the gallery during the day, focused and professional. Some evenings together, some apart. Weekends blending business and personal, walking through town, attending community events, working side by side on gallery preparations. It wasn't always smooth. They argued about budget allocation. Julian wanted more for marketing to collectors. Maggie wanted more for community outreach. "We need both," she'd said, voice tight. "But if we're choosing, I choose the people who live here." "I'm not saying ignore the community. I'm saying we also need external visibility to succeed long term." They'd compromised. Reduced both budgets slightly, and reallocated some operational funds. Neither was completely happy, but they'd figured it out together. They disagreed about exhibition priorities. Julian wanted Yuki Tanaka first, established artist, guaranteed interest. Maggie wanted to lead with local artists. "What if we do both?" Julian had suggested. Yuki as the main exhibition, local showcase running concurrently in the workshop space. Both and. Maggie had smiled. "See? We can do this." In late May, Julian's phone buzzed during dinner at Maggie's cottage. Manhattan number. He almost didn't answer. But old habits died hard. Julian Cross. "Julian, it's Marcus. One of his former gallery partners. We have a situation. Major collector interested in exclusivity deal, for 3 of our represented artists. But he requires your presence for negotiations. You built those relationships. Next week, Tuesday through Thursday. Julian's stomach dropped. I sold my stake. I'm out. I know. But he specifically requested you. Says he trusts your judgment and won't negotiate without you in the room. I'm asking as a favor. 3 days. I'll comp your flight and hotel, plus a consulting fee. And I'll commit to promoting your new gallery to our collector base, send announcements about your inaugural exhibition, put you on our recommended list. Julian looked at Maggie, watching him with careful neutrality. Marcus was offering real compensation, professional courtesy, and actual value. Let me call you back. He hung up. Explained. Maggie was quiet. Then so go. Simple words, but he saw tension in her shoulders. I don't want to leave. Memorial Day festival is next weekend and you have business obligations. 3 days doesn't erase months of consistent presence. Go. Handle business. Come back. Her understanding highlighted his fear. I'm scared being back there will make me question this. What if Manhattan reminds me of what I'm sacrificing? Maggie reached across the table, took his hand. Then you'll figure that out. I can't be the reason you stay, if it makes you resent what you've given up. You need to want this life for yourself. I do want it. Then prove it. 3 days in Manhattan felt endless. Tuesday morning, Julian sat in the familiar conference room at Cross and Sterling Gallery with its expensive coffee. Same view of the park, and same high-stakes negotiations about artists and collectors and 6-figure deals. Marcus handled most of it. Julian contributed when needed, drawing on years of relationships. The collector, a hedge fund manager named Davidson, relaxed when Julian spoke. They'd worked together before. Trust mattered. By lunchtime, the deal was done. Glad you could make it, Marcus said as they walked out. I couldn't have closed that without you. You would have figured it out. Maybe. But this was easier. Marcus studied him. You look different. Happier. I am. Small-town life agrees with you? Yeah. It does. That evening, Julian walked through his old neighborhood. The building where his apartment had been. Restaurants he'd frequented. The gallery that had been his world for 15 years. It felt like visiting a museum. Interesting, but not home. He called Maggie from his hotel room. How's Manhattan? She asked. Loud. Crowded. Wrong. He lay back on the hotel bed. I keep thinking about Sandy Claus Bay. The harbor at sunrise. The Salty Spoon's terrible coffee that somehow tastes right. It is terrible coffee, Maggie agreed, and he heard the smile in her voice. I miss you. I miss you too. But you're coming back Friday. Yeah. I am. Wednesday involved more negotiations, some social obligations. Dinner with Marcus and Sarah, who grilled him about Maggie and the new gallery. You seem settled, Sarah observed. Really settled, in a way you never were here. I am. Thursday, final contract signatures. Davidson shook his hand. If you ever want back in the Manhattan game, call me. I'd invest in anything you're building. I appreciate that. But I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Flying home Friday afternoon, Julian felt the rightness of it. Manhattan had tested him. Would the old life call him back? But every moment there confirmed what he already knew. Sandy Claus Bay was home. Maggie was home. This was the life he chose. Friday evening, Julian went straight to the gallery from the airport. Still in travel clothes, exhausted, needing to see her. Maggie was arranging pedestals for the inaugural exhibition, measuring spacing. She turned at the sound of the door, saw him and straightened. Hi, she said. Julian crossed to her, pulled her into his arms. Breathed in paint and chamomile tea and home. I spent 3 days in my old life and couldn't wait to leave, he said against her hair. Everything I thought I'd miss, I didn't. Sandy Claus Bay is home. You're home. He felt her shoulders relax. Heard a catch in her breath. I was scared you wouldn't come back, she admitted. I know. But I did. And I'll keep coming back. Every time. No matter what. She pulled back to look at him. Her eyes were bright. You passed the test. There was never any question. Manhattan isn't mine anymore. This is. Maggie kissed him. Urgent at first, desperate, then gentler. Deeper. They made love right there in the gallery, on the drop cloth covering the floor. Urgent and tender. Celebrating his return. Celebrating the choice he'd made. Afterward, lying tangled together under the gallery's lighting, Julian propped himself up on one elbow. I love you. The words hung in the air. You don't have to say it back, he added quickly. I just needed you to know. Maggie looked at him. Really looked, seeing all the ways he'd changed, the choice he'd just proven, the life they were building. I love you too, she said. I'm terrified of how much, but I do. His smile was brilliant. Yeah? Yeah. They kissed again, celebrating. The beginning of something neither of them had thought possible 6 months ago. Outside, the May evening settled into darkness. Inside the gallery, their gallery, everything felt possible.
Chapter 9. Memorial Day weekend arrived with perfect weather, cloudless sky, gentle breeze off the harbor, temperature in the mid-70s. Maggie walked toward the beach festival, with Julian's hand in hers, publicly a couple for the first time at a major community event. People noticed. Mrs. Patterson waved from her blanket. Never seen you smile like this, Maggie. That man's good for you. At the Salty Spoons booth, the owner, Harry, called out, free lemonade for Sandy Claus Bay's favorite new couple. Maggie protested but secretly loved it. The way the town had claimed them, welcomed Julian not just as a newcomer but as hers. At the food tent, 3 women from Maggie's Thursday art class surrounded her. Is this the famous Julian we've all been hearing about? My husband said you two were at the Salty Spoon every morning last week. So romantic, second chances at our age. They peppered her with questions. Maggie answered, blushing, while Julian smiled and let her handle it. Later, at the snow cone stand, Waverly Kesley appeared with a friend from school. The friend whispered, loud enough to hear, that's Ms. Navarro's boyfriend. He's from New York. Waverly approached with a shy smile. 10 years old now, bright-eyed. Ms. Maggie, Waverly said. I just wanted to say, I love a good romance. And you and Mr. Cross look really happy together. Maggie's throat tightened. Thank you, Waverly. That means a lot. My dad says you deserve to be happy. And that Mr. Cross better treat you right or he'll answer to the whole town. She grinned with surprising fierceness. But I think he will. I've seen the way he looks at you. It's how Daddy looks at Posy, Mom. After Waverly left, Maggie's chest felt warm. Even the children were invested. Julian's phone buzzed mid-afternoon. He checked it, frowned, and then silenced it. Problem? Maggie asked. Just an artist getting anxious about his fall show. Sarah can handle it. But she saw the tension in his shoulders. Manhattan obligations even here. Late afternoon, while Julian helped Reef and Toby set up for the evening bonfire, Captain Rusty pulled Maggie aside. They walked to the edge of the beach, away from the crowds. You look happy, Magnolia. He was the only one who called her by her full name. I am, Dad. He was quiet, watching the waves. I worried, you know. After you came back from college, heartbroken and determined to prove you'd made the right choice staying here. I made the right choice. Did you? Or did you make the best of a hard situation? He turned to look at her. For 20 years I've watched you build a beautiful life in this town. Teaching those kids, creating your art, serving this community. You never complained. But I also watched you settle. Play it safe. Never reach for what scared you. Her throat tightened. Dad, I'm not criticizing. I see the difference now. These past few months with Julian, you're not just happy. You're alive. Taking risks. Creating work that challenges you. Letting yourself want more. You worried I sacrificed too much by staying. It wasn't a question. I worried you used staying here as an excuse not to try for the bigger things. That you convinced yourself community art was enough, because it was safer than risking failure with ambitious work. He squeezed her shoulder. But Julian, he's giving you permission to want both. And watching you grab it? That's what I hoped you'd do. Tears pricked her eyes. I thought you'd be disappointed. That I'd proven you wrong by making this work. Maggie, I've never been disappointed in you. But I knew you were capable of more than you let yourself attempt. Your mother knew it too. He rarely mentioned her mother, who died when Maggie was 16. She used to say you had a gift that needed a bigger canvas than Sandy Claus Bay could provide. But she also knew you needed to figure that out yourself. The both and, Maggie whispered. The both and, he agreed. Community and ambition. Roots and growth. Safety and risk. He looked toward Julian, who was laughing with Reef while stacking wood for the bonfire. He came back for you. That boy who broke your heart grew up into a man who knows what matters. And you're brave enough to trust him. That's what I hoped for you. I love him, Dad. I know. And he loves you. I see it in how he looks at you, how he talks about the gallery, how he's committed to staying. Rusty pulled her into a hug. You deserve this, Magnolia. All of it. The love, the partnership, the big dreams. Don't let fear make you settle for less than everything you want. Maggie held her father tightly, grateful. When they rejoined the festival, Julian caught her eye across the crowd and smiled. She crossed over to him, taking his hand in her own. Upcoming traditions were being discussed. Chatter about the Christmas lights boat parade and the sand sculpture nativity competition. Julian leaned close. Tell me about these traditions. Everyone keeps mentioning them. Maggie explained. The boat parade lights up the harbor in mid-December. It's an old Sandy Claus Bay tradition that stopped for a year after Toby's first wife Celestine died. Toby and Posey brought it back a few years ago. Now it's huge again, boats decorated with lights, families watching from the beach. And the sand sculpture competition? Runs from Thanksgiving through Christmas Eve. Teams build elaborate scenes on Nautilus Shell Beach. It's what brought Reef and Felicity back together last year. They were co-judges. Julian was quiet for a moment. I'd like to go. To both of them. With you. Something in his tone made her look at him. He wasn't just asking about attending, he was asking about becoming part of the traditions that defined this town. About claiming his place here. I'd like that too, Maggie said. She'd been to both events every year of her life, watched her brother judge the sand sculpture competition just last Christmas. But going with Julian would be different. Not alone on the sidelines, but part of a couple building a life together. During the evening bonfire, sitting together watching the sunset, Julian brought up her old art school portfolios. You mentioned ambitious, experimental work you stopped making when you shifted to community-accessible pieces. I told myself that shift was growth, not compromise. That accessible art, serving the community, was more meaningful. What if you could do both? That's what you keep saying. Because it's true. Your both and philosophy isn't just about the gallery. It's about your own work too. He wrapped his arm around her. What if this year, alongside community workshops and local showcases, you created a new body of work? Ambitious pieces that push boundaries? Maggie's stomach fluttered. I haven't done work like that in over 20 years. The gallery opens in November. Perfect timing for your work to be part of the inaugural exhibition. I'm scared. I know. But you're brave enough. That night at her cottage, she pulled out the old portfolios. Work she'd made in college, ambitious and technically sophisticated. Gallery-worthy pieces she'd convinced herself no longer mattered. Julian studied them. These are extraordinary. They were. Past tense. Why past tense? You're more skilled now than you were at 22. More experienced. You have a perspective that those pieces lacked. Maggie looked at the images. Abstract forms in bronze and driftwood, pushing boundaries between organic and architectural. The kind of work that demanded vulnerability. What if I've lost it? What if I can't make work like this anymore? Then you'll figure out what you can make now. But Maggie, you haven't lost anything. You've just been playing it safe. They made love that night, slow, tender. Afterward, holding each other in the dark, Maggie whispered, "We could have figured this out over 20 years ago." Maybe. But we needed 20 years to become people who could do this right. The next day, Maggie started sketching. Not accessible community pieces. An ambitious new sculpture series that scared her. Julian photographed her process without being intrusive. Just documenting, supporting. When Posey and Felicity visited that afternoon, they saw the sketches spread across the work table. "Maggie," Posey breathed. "This is museum level. It feels indulgent." Felicity shook her head. "Or you're expanding your identity. You can be both the teacher and the serious artist." As they were leaving, Posey paused at the door. "Can I ask you something personal?" "Sure. Are you and Julian thinking about kids? I know you're both in your mid-40s, but if you want them, there's still time." Maggie's stomach tightened, but she answered honestly. "No. We're not. I've never wanted children, and Julian's on the same page." Posey squeezed her hand. "That's valid. I just wanted to make sure it was a choice, not an assumption." It's a choice. The gallery, the art, the teaching, the community impact, that's our legacy. That's what we're building together. She paused. "Does that sound defensive?" "No," Posey said gently. "It sounds clear. And that's important." After they left, Julian emerged from where he'd been editing photos. "Heard that conversation. You okay?" Maggie nodded. "Yeah. I wanted to make sure you knew. That I'm not expecting or hoping for kids. This, the gallery, our work, our partnership, that's enough for me." Julian pulled her close. "It's enough for me too. I don't need children to feel fulfilled. I need this. You, the work we're building, the artists we'll support, the community we serve. That's our legacy." "You're sure?" Maggie asked. "Because if you wanted." "I'm sure. I've never wanted kids, Maggie. With Vanessa, we discussed it and both agreed no. With you, same answer but for better reasons. This partnership, this gallery, this life, it's complete. We're complete." Maggie exhaled. "Good. Because I've spent 45 years knowing I didn't want to be a mother, and I'm not changing my mind now." Julian laughed. "Thank God. Because I've spent 47 years knowing the same about fatherhood." They held each other. No compromise needed. Just two people who wanted the same things. That evening, working in the studio together, Maggie realized that Julian was creating a space for her to be fully herself. Not just the community art teacher. Not just the accessible gallery owner. But the ambitious artist too. She looked at her sketches, bold, risky, vulnerable. Work that required courage she'd forgotten she had. Julian glanced up from his laptop, caught her looking. "What?" "Just thinking about how much has changed in 6 months." "Good change?" "The best change." She crossed to him and kissed him. "Thank you. For pushing me. For believing I could do both. You've always been capable of both. I just reminded you." Outside, the May evening settled into darkness. Inside the studio, surrounded by sketches and new possibilities, Maggie picked up her pencil and kept working.
Chapter 10. Summer in Sandy Claus Bay differed from Manhattan summers. No oppressive heat radiating off concrete, no smell of garbage fermenting in street corners, no desperate weekend exodus to the Hamptons. Here, mornings smelled like salt air and coffee. Afternoons brought tourists to the harbor, but never enough to overwhelm the town's rhythm. Evenings cooled fast, perfect for working late. Julian had been quietly documenting the Coast Guard station's transformation for months. Hundreds of images tracking the building's evolution from abandoned service station to art gallery. Not just construction progress shots, intimate studies of light through restored windows, the texture of exposed brick where interior walls had been torn down, workers' hands installing climate control systems, dust motes in afternoon sun. The building becoming itself again. His art, not just documentation. One afternoon in mid-June, Maggie found him reviewing prints spread across the cottage dining table. "What's all this?" Julian hesitated. He'd been keeping this to himself, unsure how to explain without sounding precious about it. "Photography project I've been working on. The station renovation." She moved closer, studying the images. Not the straightforward documentation she'd expected, these were beautiful. The way light fell across weathered floorboards before they were refinished. A worker's silhouette against the harbor view. Paint-splattered tarps creating abstract compositions. The building's bones being revealed and honored. "Julian." Her voice was quiet. "This is extraordinary. Why didn't you tell me you were doing this?" "Because in Manhattan, I was always a gallery owner who takes photos. Hobby photographer. I wanted to be taken seriously as an artist in my own right." He paused. "Here I can be both. Gallery partner and photographer. That's another both and." Maggie looked at him, then back at the images. "These need to be exhibited. At the opening. The building's story should be part of what we show." "Maybe. I want to finish the series first, document through the opening night itself. The full transformation." She kissed him then, understanding what he wasn't saying, that he needed this to be about the work, not about proving something. The gallery renovation neared completion as summer settled in. They'd found a rhythm, mornings together, some evenings apart for creative work, weekends exploring the coast. Julian photographed while Maggie sketched. They talked about art and business and nothing at all. But his phone had started buzzing more. Texts from Manhattan artists. One evening while cooking dinner together, Maggie asked, "Everything okay?" "Yeah, just, Carrie's having a crisis about her October show at Cross and Sterling. Wants me to look at her new pieces. Can Sarah handle it?" "She is. But some artists still reach out to me." Another text interrupted their Saturday morning in bed. Then another at lunch. "That's the third one today," Maggie said. Julian sighed. "They're getting nervous. Sarah's doing great, but the transition is harder than I expected." "For them or for you?" "Them. Definitely them." But he felt guilty anyway. He'd built relationships with these artists over the years. Walking away wasn't as clean as he'd hoped. Tuesday evenings had become his favorite part of the week. He'd started a free mentoring program for local young artists who couldn't afford art school. 3 high school students came to the gallery in progress for portfolio reviews and career advice. He used his Manhattan connections to help them understand gallery systems, connected them with art school admissions counselors, and taught them how to present their work professionally. The access he'd had to fight for at their age, connections that took him years to build. Maggie discovered the program by accident when she stopped by on a Tuesday evening. He saw her through the window, watching as he gave feedback to a 17-year-old showing paintings. Later she said, "You didn't tell me you were doing this." "Didn't want credit. Just wanted to help. These kids have talent but no access. I have access." Seemed like the obvious thing to do. She looked at him with something that made his chest tight. Not admiration, understanding. Early July brought heat and tourists and Maggie's intensive art camps for local kids. Julian photographed the workshops, 20 children covered in paint creating without self-consciousness. One evening, he found Maggie working on the ambitious sculptural piece he'd encouraged back in May. Sophisticated, technically brilliant, emotionally powerful. He photographed her process, the way she measured, tested, adjusted. His phone buzzed. He glanced at it, frowned. "Problem?" Maggie asked without looking up. "Thomas is threatening to leave Cross and Sterling if I don't come back to renegotiate his contract. He's being dramatic. Will Sarah be okay?" "Yeah. She's tougher than him." But he was more distracted than usual. 3 more texts and then 4 before dinner. Later, reviewing the day's photos, he showed Maggie the images from her studio session. "You're photographing my process like it's art itself," she said. "Because it is. The way you work, the way you think about materials and meaning, that's the art. The sculptures are just evidence." She kissed him, and he felt it again, that sense of rightness. Not just being with Maggie, but being this version of himself. Artist, partner, mentor, and gallery owner. All of it at once. They'd been discussing the gallery opening timeline, November, right before the Christmas Eve artisan market. One night over dinner, Julian mentioned inviting Simon Aldridge. "Who?" Maggie asked. "Simon Aldridge. He's the senior art critic for Artforum and contributes to the New York Times. He's made or broken galleries with his reviews. I worked with him occasionally, in Manhattan. He's tough but fair, and if he endorses a gallery, collectors pay attention." Maggie was immediately wary. A Manhattan critic? That feels like exactly the opposite of our both and philosophy. Or it's proof that both and can work. If Aldridge validates what we're building, sophisticated art serving the community, it proves you don't have to choose. She wasn't convinced but agreed to discuss it later. The local press was interested, and the community was excited. Everything was falling into place. Mid-July, Julian's phone rang during dinner. He glanced at the screen, Sarah, and stepped outside to take it. 20 minutes later, he returned looking stressed. "Sarah. 3 artists are freaking out about my departure. They're worried she'll change the gallery's direction." "Will she?" Maggie asked. "No. But they're artists. They're insecure." She studied him. "You feel guilty." "I built relationships with them. Then I left." "You didn't leave them. You left your job." "Feels the same to them." Later that week, Vanessa called. Julian saw her name on the screen and stepped outside, walking toward the beach to take the call. "I wanted to congratulate you on the gallery," she said. "I saw the announcement in the regional arts newsletter. It looks beautiful." "Thank you. Maggie's the real vision behind it." "I'm sure you both are." A pause. "You sound different, Julian. Settled. Like you finally figured out where you belong." "I did figure it out." "Good. You deserve that. You both do." After they hung up, Julian stood looking at the harbor. He'd left Manhattan 6 months ago. Closed a gallery, ended a career, walked away from prestigious success. And here he was, building something smaller, deeper, more meaningful. With Maggie. In Sandy Claus Bay. Exactly where he belonged. That night they made love slowly. No urgency, just connection. Afterward, lying tangled in her sheets, they talked about the future. "Your lease on the apartment is up in September, right?" Maggie said. Julian nodded. "Mrs. Patterson already asked if I'm renewing." "Are you?" He was quiet for a moment. "I don't know. I've been spending most nights here anyway. So maybe you shouldn't renew it." He turned to look at her. "Are you asking me to move in?" "Maybe. Is that too fast? We've known each other for over 20 years. And I've been sleeping here at least 5 nights a week since June. He smiled. No, it's not too fast. They talked about his photography series being exhibited at the opening, her ambitious sculptural work, workshops they could offer together, her teaching sculpture, him teaching photography techniques to the mentoring students. Which closet would hold his clothes? Where his camera equipment would go? Julian fell asleep with Maggie in his arms, thinking, this is everything. This partnership, this woman, this life. He was exactly where he was meant to be. His phone buzzed on the nightstand, another text from Manhattan, but he ignored it. That could wait until morning. Everything could wait until morning.
Chapter 11. The email arrived on a Tuesday afternoon in late July. Maggie was finishing cleanup after her second session of summer art camp. 20 exhausted kids had just been picked up, leaving behind a studio covered in clay dust and driftwood scraps. She was rinsing out paint buckets when her phone buzzed. An email from Julian. Subject line: FYI Aldridge Preview. She opened it. A forwarded message to Simon Aldridge, Senior Art Critic for Artforum. Dear Simon, I'm writing to invite you to an exclusive preview of our gallery opening in November. The work we're doing here represents a new model, sophisticated art serving the community rather than requiring a choice between the two. I think you'll find it worth the trip to Florida. Maggie read it twice, and then a third time. Julian had invited Simon Aldridge. Without asking her. Without discussing it. Just decided, then sent her an FYI. Her hands tightened on the bucket handle. They talked about Aldridge back in June. She'd said it felt wrong, that a Manhattan critic judging their work seemed like the opposite of their both and philosophy. He'd said it could validate their approach. They'd agreed to discuss it later. Later. Not Julian decides unilaterally. She set down the bucket and grabbed her keys. Julian was reviewing contractor invoices when she walked in. He smiled when he saw her. Hey, I was just about to. You invited Simon Aldridge. His smile faltered. Yeah, I meant to tell you. I emailed this morning. I think having him at the preview will. You invited him without asking me. We talked about this. Back in June. We discussed it. We didn't decide together. Her voice was sharp. You invited him without consulting me. This was supposed to be an equal partnership, Julian. Not you having grand plans and me finding out after. He looked genuinely confused. Maggie, Aldridge could validate our both and approach to serious collectors. His endorsement. I don't care about his endorsement. She was angrier than she'd expected. I care you made a major decision about our gallery without asking me first. It's not a major decision. It's inviting a critic to an opening. It's the critic. The one who makes or breaks galleries. And you just decided? She crossed her arms. What happened to equal partnership? What happened to both our visions mattering? Julian set down the invoices. You're being unreasonable. This is an opportunity. I'm being unreasonable. You're doing exactly what I was afraid of. Making decisions that prioritize your art world connections over what we agreed to build together. That's not fair. Isn't it? Her chest was tight. We discussed Aldridge. I said it felt wrong. You said it could work. We were supposed to decide together. Instead, you went ahead and did what you wanted anyway. They stared at each other. Julian's jaw was tight. Maggie's hands were shaking. I thought you understood the value, he said finally. I understand you don't respect my opinion enough to wait for agreement before making decisions that affect both of us. She turned and walked out before he could respond. Outside, Posey was getting out of her car. She took one look at Maggie's face and asked, "Everything okay?" Word would travel fast. Of course it would. Just business disagreement, Maggie managed. Posey's expression was sympathetic. Toby and I had some knockdown fights when we first got together. Learning to disagree without it, meaning the end of everything. You'll work it out. Maggie nodded, not trusting herself to speak, and got in her car. At Reef's art studio, she tried to work on the sculptural piece Julian had encouraged her to start back in May. Large-scale, technically complex, emotionally raw in ways her safe work never was. But her hands were still shaking. She gave up after 20 minutes. Her phone buzzed. "Julian, can we talk?" She didn't answer. Another buzz. "Julian, I'm sorry. You're right. I should have asked first." She set the phone face down on the work table and left. That evening, she went to the driftwood. Vera took one look at her face and poured her a glass of wine without asking. "So," Vera said. "What happened?" "He made a decision without consulting me. About the gallery. About bringing in a major New York critic without asking me first." "Ah." Vera nodded. "Betty saw you storm out of the gallery this afternoon. She called to ask if you two broke up." "We're not, we just had a disagreement." "About the critic. About partnership. About making decisions together versus him just doing what he wants." Vera was quiet for a moment. "You know the whole town saw you storm out. Everyone's worried. They like you two together. This isn't about the town." "No," Vera agreed. "It's about trust." She refilled Maggie's wine. "Question, is this about Simon Aldridge or about proving Julian will eventually show his true colors?" The question hit hard. "That's not. Isn't it?" Vera's voice was gentle. "You've been waiting for him to revert. To show he's still the guy who chose Manhattan over you. One mistake and you're ready to say, 'See? I knew it.'" Maggie stared into her wineglass. "He made a unilateral decision about something we were supposed to decide together. Or, he got excited about an opportunity and moved too fast without thinking." Vera paused. "I'm not saying you're wrong to be angry. You're not. But is this one mistake a pattern? Or is it a chance to establish how you handle disagreement?" After Vera left to help a customer, Maggie sat alone thinking. Later at her cottage, she couldn't stop thinking about the half-finished sculpture at the studio. The piece Julian had encouraged her to create. The work she'd been too scared to attempt for 20 years because it required vulnerability, risk, the possibility of failure. She'd been afraid to push it further. Afraid it wouldn't be good enough. Afraid the art world Julian came from would judge it and find it wanting. But Julian had invited Aldridge because he believed in what they were building, including her work. Maybe it was time to be brave about her art, the way she was trying to be brave about their relationship. The next morning, she texted Julian. "Maggie, can we talk?" He arrived at her cottage 20 minutes later, looking like he hadn't slept much. "I'm sorry," he said immediately. "You were right. I got excited about what Aldridge could mean for the gallery, and I decided without consulting you. That violated the partnership we agreed to build." Maggie gestured for him to sit. "I'm scared," she admitted, "that when there's a choice between your art world and my community values, you'll default to what you've always known. Then let's establish how we make decisions. Together." He leaned forward. "When opportunities arise that affect the gallery, we both have to agree. No exceptions." "No exceptions?" "None. If one of us says no, it's no. We discuss until we both agree, or we don't do it." She studied him. "And Aldridge?" "Your call. If you don't want him there, I'll uninvite him." Maggie was quiet for a long moment. "I don't want to say no just to prove a point. I want to think about whether it serves what we're building." They spent the afternoon working through it, talking about what Aldridge's presence would mean, what message it would send, how to invite him on their terms rather than on his. "If we invite him," Maggie said finally, we make it clear the gallery serves the community first. That his review matters less than whether we're serving Sandy Claus Bay artists. Agreed. And we invite local press too. Not just the New York art world. Absolutely. And if he writes something dismissive of the community work, we don't care. Julian smiled slightly. We don't care. Maggie felt something loosen in her chest. Okay. Then we can invite him. Together. Julian's phone rang. He glanced at it, Sarah, and silenced it. She can wait. Is everything okay with the Manhattan artists? They're adjusting. Having some trouble with the transition. He set his phone face down. But that's not your problem. We're talking about our gallery right now. They spent another hour drafting the letter to Aldrich together, making it clear the invitation was to observe, not to judge. To see what a booth and gallery looked like, not to validate it by Manhattan standards. When they finished, Julian said, "Thank you. For not just walking away. For being willing to work through this. Thank you for listening. For admitting you were wrong. I was wrong. I got excited and forgot we're partners. It won't happen again." They kissed and Maggie felt relief. They'd fought, worked through it, and emerged stronger. "I missed you last night," she said quietly. "I missed you too. Can't sleep without you next to me. 5 nights a week isn't enough anymore, is it?" He smiled. "No. It's not." His phone buzzed on the table. He glanced at it, frowned. "Sarah again?" Maggie asked. "Yeah. And 3 texts from different artists." He silenced it again. "I'll call her back later." But Maggie saw the pattern building. The Manhattan artists weren't adjusting. They were pulling harder. "You should probably talk to her," Maggie said. Julian looked torn. "We just resolved this." "I don't want to." "I know. But they're spiraling, and you ignoring them won't help." He nodded slowly. "Can I call from here?" "Of course." She went to the kitchen to make tea, while he called Sarah, giving him privacy. But she could hear pieces of the conversation from the other room. "Can't keep doing this. Need closure, not just transition. You leaving without properly ending things." When he came back 20 minutes later, he looked exhausted. "What's going on?" Maggie asked. "Sarah wants to schedule a call tomorrow. The artists are getting worse, not better. They feel like I abandoned them." "Did you?" The question was blunt. Julian winced but didn't deflect. "Maybe," he said quietly. "I thought a clean break was kindest. But they don't see it that way." Maggie pulled him down to sit beside her. "Then maybe you need to give them real closure. Not just 'I'm leaving,' but something more." "Like what?" "I don't know. But Sarah will probably have ideas." He nodded, looking at her with something that made her chest tight. "How are you so understanding about this, when you were furious about Aldrich this morning?" "Because this is different. This isn't you deciding without me. This is you dealing with the consequences of a decision you already made." She took his hand. "And because we're partners. Which means I help you work through your stuff, and you help me work through mine." Julian kissed her. "I love you. I love you too. Even when you're being an idiot." He laughed, but it was strained. "Fair." That night, working together at the cottage, him editing photos at the dining table, her sketching designs for the sculpture, Maggie felt the shift. They'd survived their first major conflict. Established boundaries. Learned how to disagree and come back together. But his phone kept buzzing. And each time it did, she saw him tense. Manhattan wasn't letting go easily. And she wasn't sure how much longer he could keep ignoring the pull.
Chapter 12. The call came on a Wednesday afternoon in early August. Julian was in the gallery office reviewing exhibition layouts for November when his phone rang. Sarah. He almost didn't answer. They'd talked just 2 days ago about the final ownership transfer paperwork, but something about the third ring made him pick up. Julian. Her voice was tight. We have a problem. He set down the floor plan. What kind of problem? David, Carrie and Elena are threatening to leave Cross and Sterling unless you come back to Manhattan. Julian's stomach dropped. Come back for what? A visit. Not a visit. They want you here for at least 6 weeks minimum. They feel abandoned. They don't trust me to handle their careers the way you did, and they're fielding offers from other galleries. He closed his eyes. This was exactly what he'd feared. The texts and calls that had been building all summer had finally exploded. Sarah, you're more than capable. I know that. You know that. But they don't care. She sounded exhausted. I've tried everything. But they want you or they're walking. David's already got interest from Gallo Gallery. If they leave, others will follow. The entire roster could collapse. Julian stood, walked to the window overlooking the harbor. 6 weeks? Right as the gallery opening was entering final preparation. Right when he and Maggie had just resolved their first major fight and established a decision-making framework. What do you need from me? He asked quietly. Come to Manhattan. Reassure these artists that the transition is solid. Officially transfer them to my management in a way that makes them feel valued, not abandoned. Finalize the ownership sale. Then you can leave knowing you've actually closed this chapter instead of just hoping it stays closed. He could hear the frustration in her voice. She'd been handling everything professionally, but artist egos were impossible to logic with. They wanted what they wanted, and what they wanted was him. When would I need to be there? Soon? Mid-August. Stay through late September, maybe early October. 6 weeks? Maybe more. Let me talk to Maggie, he said. I'll call you back. After they hung up, Julian stood at the window for a long time, watching boats in the harbor. This wasn't what he'd planned. He'd thought selling his stake and stepping back would be clean. But he hadn't accounted for artist egos and their demands for his personal attention. Losing 3 major artists would devastate Cross and Sterling's reputation. It could cause a domino effect. Other represented artists might see the departures as a sign of instability and leave too. It would impact the value of his ownership stake, which he was still selling to Sarah. 15 years of building that gallery, and it could all collapse because he'd tried to leave. Or he could go back. 6 weeks? Handle it properly. Make sure every artist felt valued and secure with Sarah. Sign the final paperwork in person. Burn every bridge, so Manhattan could never pull him back again. He just had to convince Maggie to wait. That evening he found her at the cottage, working on sketches for her ambitious sculpture series. She looked up when he came in and smiled. Hey. How was your day? Julian sat down across from her. Sarah called. The smile faded. What happened? He told her. All of it. David, Carrie, and Elena threatening to leave. Sarah's request. The 6-week timeline. The need to handle it in person. Maggie set down her pencil, processing. 6 weeks? To close the chapter permanently. To make sure Manhattan can never pull me back again. He leaned forward. I'll go reassure the artists, finalize the sale, and sever all ties. Then I'll come back in late September, well before the November opening. This is about making the break permanent, not? I know you'll come back. She met his eyes. You already proved that in May. 3 days and you couldn't wait to get home. Relief washed through him. Then what's wrong? She was quiet for a long moment. I'm scared you'll realize what you gave up. 6 weeks working with artists at that level, in galleries with that kind of prestige and sophistication. What if you come back and this, she gestured around, feels small by comparison? Maggie. You love the work we're building here. I know you do. But you also loved what you built in Manhattan. What if 6 weeks back in that world reminds you of everything you walked away from? Not me. Not us. But the art, the caliber of work, the influence you had. Julian hadn't expected this. You think I'll miss it? I think you might realize how much you sacrificed. And then you'll come back here and, I don't know, resent the choice eventually. Her hands were tight on the pencil. Or realize our gallery can't compete with what you had there. That's not what this is about. Isn't it though? She looked at him. You're going back to manage relationships with major artists. To handle gallery business at the level you've been doing for 15 years. That's not just closing doors, Julian. That's stepping back into your old life for 6 weeks. I'm not choosing them. I'm choosing us. That's why I need to go, to make sure there's nothing left pulling me back. She shook her head. You're not hearing me. I'm not afraid you won't come back. I'm afraid of what 6 weeks immersed in that world will do to you, and how you'll see what we're building here. Then come with me. The words were out before he thought them through. Maggie stared at him. What? Come to Manhattan with me. See the galleries, meet the artists, understand what I'm walking away from. Then you'll know it's not what I want anymore. I can't leave for 6 weeks. Reef and Felicity's wedding is September 7th. I'm the maid of honor. I can't miss helping Felicity with all the details. And the gallery opening is in 3 months. She paused. And honestly, I don't want to see that world, Julian. I don't want to compare what we're doing here to what you had there. Because you're afraid it won't measure up? Because I'm afraid you'll realize it doesn't. Her voice was quieter now. You spent 15 years building Cross and Sterling into something prestigious and influential. We're building a gallery in a Florida coastal town that'll show local watercolorists alongside established artists. It's not the same. You're right. It's better. Is it? Or is that what you're telling yourself now, and 6 weeks back in Manhattan will remind you what better really looked like? Julian stood, frustrated. So what do you want me to do? Let those artists go? Let Sarah handle the collapse of everything I built? I want you to be honest about why you need to go. She stood too. Is it really just about closing doors? Or is it also about going back to work you're brilliant at, with artists who need you, in a world where you had real influence? He was quiet for a long moment. Both, he admitted. Yes, I need to close things properly. And yes, part of me wants to leave on my terms, not be forced out. That's ego. But Maggie, he stepped closer. I've already lived that life. I know what it costs. What we're building here isn't smaller. It's real. It's community. It's the work that matters. I want to believe that. But you don't. She looked away. I want to. I'm trying to. But you're asking me to watch you go back into your old life for 6 weeks and just trust that you won't miss it. I've already been back, he reminded her. 3 days in May, remember? I couldn't wait to leave. 3 days of contracts. This is 6 weeks of doing the actual work you loved. He couldn't argue with that. It was different. She was right. So what do we do? He asked. She was quiet for a moment. You go. You need to close this properly, and I understand that. She sat down again. I'm going to worry the whole time that you'll realize what you gave up. And I need to figure out how to be okay with that. You don't have to be okay with it. I do though. Because you need to do this, and me being scared isn't a good reason for you not to. She stood. I'm going to go work at the studio for a bit. Clear my head. We can talk more later. Maggie, I love you. I know. I love you too. She kissed him. That's not the question. The question is whether this life will be enough for you. And you won't know the answer until you go. Don't leave angry. Please. She stopped at the door and turned back. I'm not angry. I'm just processing. She managed a small smile. Go. Do what you need to do. We'll figure out the rest. The door closed behind her, but this time it didn't feel like an ending. Just a pause. Julian stood alone in the cottage, holding his phone with Sarah's urgent ultimatum still echoing in his mind, feeling like he was losing everything that mattered. He called the only person who might understand. Captain Rusty answered on the second ring. Julian. Everything all right? No, sir. I need advice. They met at Rusty's house 20 minutes later. The older man poured them both whiskey and listened as Julian explained the situation. The Manhattan crisis. Sarah's call. Maggie's fear. The impossible choice between properly closing his past and proving his commitment to his future. When Julian finished, Rusty was quiet for a long moment. She trusts I'll come back, Julian said. That's not what scares her. Then what does? That I'll come back different. That 6 weeks working at that level will make me realize what I gave up. That I'll resent choosing this life over that one. Julian stared into his glass. She's not afraid I'll leave. She's afraid I'll stay and wish I hadn't. Rusty nodded slowly. Smart woman. So what do I do? You go. You do what needs doing. Rusty met his eyes. And while you're there, you pay attention. Not just whether you miss it, but to how it makes you feel compared to what you have here. And if I realize I miss it more than I thought? Then you come back and you're honest about it. With her and with yourself. Rusty leaned forward. Here's what I know about my daughter. She can handle the truth. What she can't handle is you lying to yourself about what you want and letting it poison what you're building together. You think I should go even if I'm not sure? I think you'll never be sure until you test it. And better to test it now, early, than 5 years down the road when you're married and she's built her whole life around you being happy here. Rusty refilled both their glasses. Question is, are you brave enough to be honest with yourself while you're there? To admit if it's not enough? Or are you going to convince yourself you're fine because you love her? Julian felt the weight of it. And if I come back and realize this isn't enough for me? Then you'll have your answer. And it'll hurt like hell, but at least you'll both know. Rusty's voice was gentle. But son, I don't think that's what's going to happen. Why not? Because I've watched you here for 6 months. And the man I see isn't performing happiness. He's living it. After Julian left, he drove back to Maggie's cottage. Their cottage, really. He'd been spending every night there for weeks, his things mixed in with hers, his camera equipment in the corner of her studio space. He thought about giving her space, going back to his apartment above the bookstore. But this was home. Where he belonged. And when she came back, he wanted to be there. His phone buzzed. Maggie, working late at the studio. Don't wait up. Short. Distant. Not angry, but not warm either. Julian, I love you. 3 dots appeared, then disappeared and then reappeared. Maggie, love you too. Julian sat on the couch they'd picked out together last month, looking at the framed photographs on the walls, some his, some hers, their lives already intertwined. She'd told him to go. She understood why he needed to. But understanding didn't make it easier. 6 weeks in Manhattan might prove he was done with that life. Or it might prove he'd given up more than he could afford to lose. He wouldn't know until he went. And that uncertainty, that was the scariest part.
Chapter 13. After her conversation with Julian, Maggie was at Reef's art studio trying to work on her sculpture when she called Vera. Can you come over? I could use someone to talk to. Vera showed up 20 minutes later with wine and takeout from the Salty Spoon. So, Vera said, settling onto the studio's old couch. Talk to me. Julian's leaving for Manhattan. 6 weeks. Maggie set down her tools. I told him to go. I understand why he needs to. But I'm still scared. Yeah. Maggie sat down beside her. Not that he won't come back. I believe he will. But what if being back in that world for 6 weeks makes him realize what he gave up? What if he comes back and this feels small? Vera poured them both wine. You think he'll miss the prestige? I think he might miss the work. The caliber of artists, the influence, the sophistication of what he was doing. He loved it, Vera. He was brilliant at it. And miserable. But what if the misery was just other things? The marriage that wasn't working, the loneliness. What if the work itself was fulfilling, and he just didn't realize it? Vera was quiet for a moment. Have you told him this? Yes, he said he's already lived that life, knows what it costs. That what we're building here is real. And you don't believe him? I want to. I'm trying to. Maggie stared into her glass. He already proved he comes back. 3 days in May, couldn't wait to leave. But this is different. This is 6 weeks of actually doing the work he loved. So you're afraid he'll come back changed? Yes. Vera leaned back. Here's what I see. That man has spent 6 months building a life here. Not visiting. Not testing the waters. Building. He's renovating a gallery with you, established a mentoring program, integrated into this community. He photographs the Coast Guard station like it's art. He spends Tuesday evenings teaching high school kids for free. She paused. That's not hedging bets, Maggie. That's commitment. I know. Logically, I know. But fear doesn't care about logic. No. Maggie managed a small smile. It really doesn't. So what are you going to do? Trust him. Let him go. Be scared and trust him anyway. She took a breath. What else can I do? Vera squeezed her hand. That's all any of us can do when we love someone. After Vera left, Maggie went back to the cottage. Their cottage. The lights were still on when she pulled up. Julian was waiting for her. He looked up from the couch when she came in. Hey. Hey. She set down her bag. You didn't have to wait up. Wanted to. She sat beside him and he pulled her close. They didn't talk about Manhattan or the 6 weeks or any of it. Just sat together, holding on. Around midnight, after Julian had gone to bed, Maggie found herself too restless to sleep. She wandered to the closet and started pulling out old sweaters. Anything to keep her hands busy. In the back, under everything else, her hand hit a cardboard box. She pulled it out. Rhode Island School of Design, 1997 to 2002, written in her younger handwriting. Maggie sat on the floor and opened it. Photos spilled out. Dozens of them. Her and Julian at 18, 19, 20, 21. Julian with shaggy college hair and that crooked smile. Her with long braids that she used to wear twisted up with paintbrushes stuck through them. Photos at the beach in Sandy Claus Bay, summer visits when he'd come stay with her family. Her dad teaching Julian to sail, both of them laughing. Young Reef, maybe 14, looking up at Julian like he was the coolest person in the world. Photos in their college studio. Her covered in clay, mid-sculpture. The two of them collapsed on the floor after finals, exhausted and happy. A photo booth stripped from a party. 4 images, kissing, laughing, making faces, kissing again. Completely in love. At the bottom of the box, a sketch. Pencil on heavy paper, edges soft with age. Her. Working on a sculpture, completely absorbed. The detail was beautiful. He'd captured the way her hands moved, the concentration on her face, the clay dust on her arms. She turned it over. In his handwriting, Maggie creating the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. JC 2001. The tears came hard then. They'd been so young. So certain they had to choose between love and ambition, between community and prestige, between staying and going. They'd both been right. And they'd both been wrong. But maybe now they knew better. Maybe now they could build the both, and they'd been too young to imagine then. She sat there for a long time, holding the photo booth strip, looking at the sketch he'd drawn of her. Evidence of how much they'd loved each other. How much they still did. Finally, she put everything carefully back in the box except for the photo booth strip that she kept out. She wanted to show it to him the next day. She climbed into bed quietly, not wanting to wake him. But he stirred anyway, reaching for her. "You okay?" he murmured, half asleep. "Yeah." She curled into him. "I love you." "Love you too." He was asleep again in seconds. Maggie lay there in the dark, holding on to him, trying not to think about 6 weeks of sleeping alone. Morning light was streaming through the studio windows when Maggie finally looked up from her sculptural pieces. She'd come here early, left a note for Julian that she couldn't sleep and needed to work. 3 large sculptures in various stages of completion. More technically sophisticated, more emotionally vulnerable than anything she'd made in 20 years. Julian had encouraged her to create these. To push beyond safe, accessible work into something ambitious and raw. She'd been scared to try. But he'd given her permission to want more. And now she was scared he'd go back to Manhattan and want more than what they had here. The irony wasn't lost on her. "Maggie, meet me at the lighthouse. Want to talk through logistics." "Julian, give me 20 minutes. He arrived with tea for her, a coffee for himself, and looking tired. Like he hadn't slept much either. They sat on the rocks, watching boats in the harbor. The same spot where they'd had so many conversations over the past 6 months. "Tell me the timeline," Maggie said. "Exactly when you're leaving and what you'll be doing." Julian took a breath. "I'll leave mid-August. Probably around the 16th or 17th. First week, I'll meet with the artists individually, start the transition process. Second and third weeks, intensive artist management work. Fourth week, finalize all the paperwork with Sarah. The ownership transfer documents have to be signed in person. Fifth and sixth weeks, tie up any loose ends, make sure the transition is solid, then come home. Late September. Yeah. Probably around the 25th or 26th. Maggie did the math. Reef's wedding is September 7th. She watched his face fall. "I'll miss it," he said quietly. The reality of it hit her. Her brother's wedding. Julian wouldn't be there. She'd stand up as maid of honor alone, fielding questions about where he was, whether they were okay. "You need to go anyway," she said. "This is necessary. Maggie. If you don't do this properly, it'll keep pulling at you. At us. Better to do it now completely than have it haunt us for years." She took his hand. "I'll miss you at the wedding. But I'd rather miss you for 6 weeks than lose you permanently because you left things unfinished." "What will you tell people?" "The truth. That you're in Manhattan, closing everything permanently, and then you're coming home." She managed a smile. "Reef will understand. He knows what you're doing and why. I hate that I'm missing it." "I know. But Julian?" She squeezed his hand. "It's 6 weeks. We can survive 6 weeks." He pulled her close. "I'm scared this will be harder than I think." "Me too. But we're doing it anyway." She showed him the photo booth strip she'd brought. "I found this last night. Us at 20. He took it, studied the 4 images. His expression went soft. "We were babies. We were. But we loved each other. I never stopped." He looked up at her. "Not once in 23 years. "I know." She took a breath. "Go to Manhattan. Close that chapter. And then come home to me." They sat together until the sun was high, both scared, both choosing to face it anyway. Over the next few days, Julian quietly asked people to watch over her while he was gone. Maggie learned about it from Vera. "He stopped by the driftwood yesterday. Asked me to check on you regularly." Make sure you're eating, working, not spiraling. He did. Also talk to Reef and Felicity. And your dad? Vera smiled. He's covering all his bases. Making sure you have support. At Reef's art studio, her brother cornered her. Julian asked me to keep an eye on you while he's gone. I don't need a babysitter. He knows that. But he also knows you're scared. Reef leaned against the work table. He told me he's closing Manhattan permanently. That he needs us to help you believe it. Do you believe it? Reef was quiet for a moment. Yeah. I do. The way he talks about coming back, about the gallery, about you, that's not a man hedging his bets. That's a man building a life. The night before Julian left, Maggie made dinner at the cottage. Just the two of them. They ate mostly in silence, both aware this was their last night together for 6 weeks. I'm going to stop by your dad's after this, Julian said, setting down his fork. Promised him a conversation. Maggie nodded, understanding. Julian and her father had grown close over the past months. After he left, she cleaned up dinner slowly, trying not to think about how quiet the cottage would be for the next 6 weeks. Her phone rang around 11. Her father. Just wanted to let you know Julian was here tonight, Rusty said. I know. He told me. Did he tell you why? Maggie's breath caught. No. He asked for my blessing to marry you. The world stopped. He bought a ring, Maggie. Before he's even leaving. Said he wanted me to know his intentions are permanent. She couldn't speak. I gave him my blessing. But I also told him, you come back when you say you will. You marry my daughter. And you spend the rest of your life proving she made the right choice, trusting you. What did he say? Yes, sir. After they hung up, Maggie sat in the dark cottage, holding the photo booth strip. He'd asked her father for permission to marry her. He'd bought a ring. Before he was even leaving. The door opened quietly around midnight. Julian came in, saw her sitting there. You're still up. My dad called. Julian stopped. Ah. You bought a ring? Yeah. He sat down beside her. I wanted your dad to know this is permanent. That I'm coming back. That I'm going to ask you to marry me when I do. When you do, she repeated. Not if. Not if. He took her hand. I know 6 weeks feels like forever right now. But Maggie, I'm coming back. And when I do, I want to spend the rest of my life proving you made the right choice by trusting me again. She kissed him. You already have the answer, you know. Do I? Yes. He smiled, pulled her close. Good. But I'm still going to ask properly. After I come back. After I've proven Manhattan is closed. They sat together in the dark, holding on, both scared, both certain. He was coming back. On the morning Julian left, Maggie drove him to the regional airport. They'd said their real goodbyes the night before. This was just logistics. Practical. Getting him on the plane. But when they pulled up to departures, neither of them moved. 6 weeks, he said. Late September. I'll call every day. I'll answer. He kissed her. Long, slow, trying to memorize it. I love you, he said. This is the hardest thing I've ever done. I know. I love you too. He got out. Grabbed his bag from the back. Turned to look at her one more time. Go, she said. Before I change my mind. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Then he walked through the doors. Maggie sat in the parking lot for 20 minutes before she could bring herself to drive home. The absence was immediate. That first week everywhere she went people asked, "Where's Julian? When's he coming back? Is everything okay?" She explained over and over, Manhattan business. Closing things permanently. He'll be back in late September. Some believed her. Some exchanged worried glances. At the Salty Spoon, she overheard two women whispering, "6 weeks is a long time. I give it 50-50 he comes back." Poor Maggie. Just when she finally let someone in. Vera found her crying in the bathroom. Ignore them. They don't know him like we do. In the second week, the sympathy became smothering. At the farmer's market, Betty squeezed her hand. "Honey, if he doesn't come back, you're still whole. You hear me? You don't need him." Maggie wanted to scream, "But I want him." "There's a difference." Posey brought over casseroles as if she were in mourning. "Just in case you don't feel like cooking." Coral stopped her outside the post office. "If you need a night away from the cottage, we've always got a room at the inn. On the house." Even her father looked worried, though he tried to hide it. "He'll come back," she told Rusty firmly one evening. "I know, sweetheart. You're braver than you think." But alone at night in the cottage, surrounded by Julian's things, Maggie wasn't so sure. She kept the photo booth strip on her studio desk. Looked at it every morning. Reminder that they'd loved each other before. They could do it again. 6 weeks. She could survive 6 weeks. She had to.
Chapter 14. Week 1 in Manhattan, and Julian already felt the wrongness of it. The hotel room Sarah had arranged was in Midtown, clean, corporate, soulless. He unpacked his single bag and stared at the view: concrete, glass, millions of people he didn't know and never would. Not home. Would never be home again. He called Maggie that first night from the hotel bed. "Hey," she said, and just hearing her voice made his chest tight. "Hey. I'm here. Safe. How is it?" "Awful." He laughed, but it came out hollow. "I've been here 6 hours, and I already want to leave. 5 weeks and 6 days to go. I'm counting every one." They talked for an hour. She told him about her day at the studio, about Reef and Felicity's final wedding preparations, about the gallery renovation hitting a snag with the lighting fixtures. He told her about the flight, the hotel, and the list of meetings Sarah had scheduled for the next 6 weeks. "I miss you," he said finally. "I miss you too. But Julian, I'm proud of you. For doing this properly." After they hung up, he lay in the dark hotel room and wondered if he'd made the right choice. 6 weeks suddenly felt like forever. The work was exhausting and necessary in equal measure. Week 1, he met individually with David, Carrie, and Elena, the 3 artists who'd threatened to leave. Took each of them to lunch, to coffee, to their studios. Listened to their concerns. Explained the transition. Introduced them properly to Sarah, not as the new owner, but as someone who understood their work, who would champion them the way he had. David was the hardest. 48, successful, used to getting his way. "You're really leaving," David said over lunch at a restaurant Julian used to frequent. "Completely. Permanently." Julian met his eyes. "The gallery is Sarah's now. I'm keeping 2 artists for Sandy Claus Bay representation, everything else is hers." No regrets? Julian thought about Maggie installing sculptures without him. The community he was apart from. Life was on hold for 6 weeks while he closed a chapter that should have ended months ago. "No regrets," he said. "This needed to happen. But I'm ready to be done." By the end of week 2, the artists were settling. Still anxious, still resistant, but settling. Sarah was brilliant, patient where Julian would have been sharp, encouraging where he would have been direct. She was going to be fine. Better than fine. The gallery would survive without him. That realization should have stung. Instead, it felt like freedom. Week 3, Wednesday night. Their nightly video call. Maggie looked tired. Beautiful, but tired. "How was your day?" "Long." Signed the final ownership transfer documents. "It's official, the gallery is Sarah's. I've got no legal ties to Cross and Sterling anymore." "How does that feel?" Like closing a door I should have closed years ago. He leaned back against the hotel headboard. How are you? Good. Busy. The lighting fixtures finally arrived. They're gorgeous, you're going to love them. And I finished installing my sculptures today. 3 of them are in the main gallery space. I wish I could have been there. Me too. She paused. How's the hotel? Depressing. Corporate and soulless. He switched to the back camera, panned around. Generic furniture, mass-produced art on the walls, a view of buildings and traffic. This is where I've been living for 3 weeks. God, that's bleak. It is. He switched back to the front camera. And I've been sorting through the storage unit, all the things from my old apartment. 18 years of accumulated possessions. Furniture, art, expensive things I thought mattered. Most of it's getting sold or donated. What was the apartment like before you gave it up? High-rise, overlooking the city. Floor-to-ceiling windows. Modern furniture, expensive art. Everything I thought I wanted at 24. Sounds beautiful. It was empty, Maggie. Beautiful and empty. Even when it was full of things, it felt hollow. He sat back down on the hotel bed. You want to know what I'm sacrificing by being here? Nothing that matters. That apartment was never home. You are. Sandy Claus Bay is. She was quiet then. I needed to hear that. And now I know you're not giving up anything real. You're just finally choosing what's real. Something settled in both of them after that call. The rest of the separation was still hard, still lonely, still an endurance test. But she stopped second-guessing. And he stopped feeling torn. As September 7th approached, Maggie grew quieter on their calls. Reef's wedding is in 3 days, she said Tuesday night. I know. I'm sorry, I'm going to miss it. Everyone understands. Reef knows you're closing Manhattan permanently. That's what matters. But Julian could see the hurt in her eyes. She'd stand up as maid of honor alone. Field questions about where he was, whether they were okay. Put on a brave face for her brother while missing him. I wish I could be there, he said. I know. But you'll be back in a couple of weeks. She managed a smile. We'll survive. After they hung up, Julian stared at his calendar. Final meeting with the last Manhattan artist scheduled for Friday, 3 days before his planned return date. Everything else was done. Ownership transferred. Artists transitioned. Loose ends tied up. He could stay until late September as planned. Or he opened his laptop and booked a flight for Saturday morning. September 7th, Reef's wedding day. Julian didn't tell Maggie. Wanted to surprise her and to show up when it mattered. 6 weeks ago, she'd told him to go, understanding it was necessary. 6 weeks apart had been hard on both of them. But she'd trusted him. Believed he'd come home. The least he could do was come back early for her brother's wedding when she needed him most. The flight landed at 10 a.m. Saturday morning. Julian grabbed his rental car and drove straight to the beach where the ceremony was being held. He could see the crowd gathering, white chairs on the sand, an arch covered in flowers and greenery, people in their wedding finery. And there, standing at the front in a dress the color of sea glass, was Maggie. She looked beautiful. And lonely. He parked and walked quietly toward the ceremony, staying at the back. Slipped into the last row just as the music started. Reef and Felicity walked down the aisle together. No traditional separation, just the two of them choosing each other in front of everyone. They were smiling, holding hands, completely certain. Julian watched Maggie's face as the ceremony began. She was crying, happy for them. But he could see it, the loneliness. The wish that he was there and trying to be brave. The officiant talked about courage. About second chances. About choosing love despite fear. Maggie wiped her eyes, smiled at something Felicity said during the vows. When Reef and Felicity kissed, the crowd erupted in applause. Maggie turned to congratulate them, laughing, reaching to hug Felicity. And saw him. Her face transformed. Shock, then joy, then disbelief. Julian smiled and started walking toward her. She met him halfway, moving through the crowd like nothing else existed. When they crashed together, she was crying. Really crying. "You came back," she said against his chest. "I couldn't miss this. Couldn't let you be alone for something this important. But you said late September? Everything's done. Permanently. Manhattan is closed. I'm home." She pulled back to look at him, hands on his face as if she needed to confirm he was real. "You're really here." "I'm really here." They kissed, and the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. Julian heard Captain Rusty's voice. "That's my future son-in-law." Someone else. "I knew he'd come back." "Vera, told you all." Maggie laughed through her tears. "Everyone's watching." "Let them watch." Reef came over, pulled Julian into a hug. "You made it. Wouldn't miss it. Congratulations. Welcome home, man." Felicity kissed Julian's cheek. "That was quite an entrance. Had to make sure everyone knew I was back for good." At the reception, Julian couldn't stop touching Maggie. Her hand, her waist, her shoulders. Confirming she was real. That they'd survived 6 weeks apart. She did the same, reaching for him every few minutes like she couldn't quite believe he was there. "Tell me about Manhattan," she said as they sat at their table. "Everything that happened after our last call. Final meeting with Thomas yesterday. Transferred the last 2 artists to Sarah's full management. Signed the final documents. And said goodbye to the staff." He took her hand. "Then I got on a plane this morning and came home. You finished 3 weeks early. 2.5. But yeah. Everything was done. And I wasn't going to spend another day away from you when I didn't have to." She kissed him. "Best surprise of my life." During the toasts, Captain Rusty stood up. Talked about Reef and Felicity, about second chances, about building lives together. Then he looked straight at Julian. "And I want to welcome home someone who understands the value of showing up when it matters. Julian Cross, who came back early from Manhattan just to be here for this wedding. That's the kind of man you want in your corner. The kind who proves his commitment through actions, not just words." The crowd applauded. Julian felt his face heat, but Maggie squeezed his hand. "My dad's not subtle," she whispered. "I don't mind." Later, they stole a moment alone on the beach while the reception continued. Walked along the tide line, shoes in hand, listening to music and laughter drift from the party. 6 weeks felt like forever, Maggie said. "But we survived. And I couldn't wait one more day to be with you. I have to warn you, now that you're back, I'm never letting you leave again." "Good." He stopped, pulled her close. "Because I'm never leaving again." They stood there at sunset, holding each other, both exhausted and relieved and certain. He'd closed Manhattan. Burned every bridge. Severed every tie. And come home to exactly where he belonged. With Maggie. In Sandy Claus Bay. Building their both, and life together. He felt the ring box in his jacket pocket. The ring he'd bought before he left, carried with him to Manhattan, kept close every day. Tonight he'd ask her tonight. But first this. Standing on the beach with the woman he loved, celebrating her brother's wedding, surrounded by a community that had become his own. This was everything. This was home.
Chapter 15. The reception had wound down around 10 p.m. Reef and Felicity left in a shower of rose petals and well wishes, heading to Coral's Inn for their wedding night. Julian took Maggie's hand. "Walk with me?" They slipped away from the cleanup and walked along the beach. The reception lights faded behind them. Ahead, moonlight reflected on the water, turning the tide silver. Maggie couldn't stop looking at him. 3 weeks early. He'd come back 3 weeks early just to be here. 3 weeks, she said. It felt like forever. But we survived. I didn't think I could do it. Stand up there alone, field all the questions about where you were. I'm sorry you had to do any of it. I'm not. She squeezed his hand. You came back early. You showed up when it mattered. That means everything. They walked in silence for a moment, with just the sound of waves and distant music. Julian stopped at the tide line. Turned to face her. Maggie, he said. I need to ask you something. Her breath caught. She'd had a feeling since that look her father gave him during the toasts. Since Felicity had aimed the bouquet directly at her head, and Julian had gotten that nervous, hopeful expression. He pulled a small box from his jacket pocket. She'd known this was coming since her father's call. Since Rusty had told her Julian had bought a ring before he left, asked for his blessing. But knowing didn't prepare her for actually seeing it. 3 weeks taught me something, he continued. Being apart was hard, but it was bearable because I knew I was coming back to you. To this. To us. He opened the box. You're my home, Maggie, my partner, everything I want for the rest of my life. The ring was perfect. Driftwood and silver, twisted together in a pattern that looked like waves. The same artisan who'd created pieces for the gallery. Will you marry me? Julian asked. Build this life with me permanently? Let me spend the rest of my life proving that choosing you was the easiest, best decision I ever made? She was crying openly now. Yes. Yes, absolutely yes. He slid the ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly. They kissed, surrounded by the sound of waves and moonlight. I want to get married at Christmas, Maggie said when they finally pulled apart. On Christmas Day. Julian blinked. That's less than 4 months away. I know. But I don't want to wait. We've already waited over 20 years. Christmas Day it is. They kissed again, longer this time, both of them laughing and crying at once. Let's go home, Maggie said. At the cottage, they barely made it through the door before they were pulling at each other's clothes. Maggie had missed him more than she'd realized. They made love with the desperation of 3 weeks apart, then again slower, celebrating. Relief and joy, and the promise of forever. Afterward, tangled together in bed, Maggie traced the outline of Julian's face in the moonlight streaming through the window. You came back during the wedding, she said. You didn't have to do that. Yes, I did. Because I love you, and because showing up when it matters is what partnership means. She kissed him, tasting salt from both their tears. I love you so much. I love you too. They fell asleep like that, wrapped around each other, the ring catching moonlight on Maggie's finger. The next morning, Maggie woke to her phone buzzing non-stop. She grabbed it, squinting at the screen. Dozens of texts. Vera, engaged? Get over here now, I need details. Posey, congratulations. We're so happy for you both. Coral, the inn is yours for any out-of-town guests. Felicity, I knew I'd when you caught the bouquet. Betty, those women who doubted him can eat their words. This is beautiful. How does everyone already know? Maggie muttered. Julian stirred beside her. Because this is Sandy Claus Bay, and someone probably saw me propose on the beach. Mrs. Kowalski from the bookstore lives in that house. Maggie pointed toward the cottage, visible from where they'd stood last night. She's got binoculars. Of course she does. They got up, showered together, and headed to the Salty Spoon for breakfast. The moment they walked through the door, the entire restaurant burst into applause. Maggie felt her face heat as people stood up, clapping and cheering. The waitress, a woman named Sarah who'd worked there for 20 years, was beaming. Breakfast is on the house for Sandy Claus Bay's newly engaged couple. They were led to their usual table. People kept stopping by to congratulate them, to say they knew it would work out, to welcome Julian home permanently. Maria, the watercolorist, gripped Maggie's hand. I never doubted. Not for a second. You told me last week you gave it 50-50, Maggie said. Did I? Well, I was wrong. Maria winked. Congratulations, dear. Over pancakes and coffee, they talked about the wedding. Christmas Day, Maggie said. That gives us less than 4 months. We can do it. Small ceremony, close friends and family. In Sandy Claus Bay, that's 200 people minimum. Julian laughed. Then 200 it is. Over the next few days, word spread even faster than the engagement news. Everyone they passed on Main Street had opinions about the wedding. At the Driftwood, Vera was waiting with wine. Christmas Day wedding. I've already started the gift registry. Hope you don't mind? Vera, we're in our 40s. We don't need gifts. Tell that to the 50 people who've already asked me what you want. You're getting presents, whether or not you like it. Might as well guide them. Maggie sighed. Fine. But nothing extravagant. Too late. Mrs. Patterson already bought you a KitchenAid mixer. At the cottage that evening, Maggie looked around at their shared space. His camera equipment in the corner. His clothes in her closet. His toothbrush beside hers in the bathroom. He'd been living here for weeks already, but now it felt official. Permanent. Gallery opening is in 10 weeks, Julian said, looking at the calendar. Wedding 15 weeks after that. Think we can pull off both? We're building a gallery from a Coast Guard station and planning a Christmas Day wedding in a town that already knows everything about us. Of course we can. Maggie laughed. Fair point. They spent the evening on the couch making lists. Gallery opening plans. Wedding plans. Figuring out how to fit everything into the next few months. Ready for this? Maggie asked, looking at the overwhelming amount of work ahead. Julian pulled her close. I've been ready since the day I came back to Sandy Claus Bay. Let's build everything. And they did. The next 10 weeks were a blur of activity. Final gallery preparations, hanging lighting, installing the last pieces, coordinating with artists. Maggie's ambitious sculptural series took center stage in the main gallery space. Yuki Tanaka's coastal paintings arrived and were stunning. Local artists contributed pieces for the community showcase section. And Reef's photography. When Maggie had asked him if they could include his work in the opening, he'd been hesitant. I don't know. That's your and Julian's thing. It's a both-and gallery, she'd reminded him. Community and professional. You're both. He'd finally agreed, reluctantly. Now, 3 days before the opening, Maggie stood looking at his series mounted on the wall. Coming Home, he'd titled it. 12 photographs documenting Sandy Claus Bay's people and places. Captain Rusty mending nets, Vera in the driftwood surrounded by antiques, Felicity laughing on the beach, the harbor at sunrise, children building sandcastles, the lighthouse, the Christmas boat parade preparations. They were beautiful. Professional, gallery-worthy. And in the photo of Felicity, you could see exactly how Reef felt about her in the way he'd captured that moment. He's going to be unbearable when he sees them here, Julian said, standing beside her. All proud and trying to pretend he's not. Good. He deserves to be proud. Wedding planning happened in stolen moments. Coral handling the in arrangements. Posey coordinating decorations. Vera collecting RSVPs from people who still hadn't been officially invited. The whole town's coming, Vera reported. I've got 200 confirmed, and I haven't even sent invitations yet. We were thinking 50 people, Maggie said weakly. This is Sandy Claus Bay. Everyone's invited, or no one is. Those are the rules. Maggie looked at Julian. He shrugged. 200 it is. The week before the opening, Simon Aldridge confirmed he'd be attending. Maggie felt the old nervousness creep in. What if he didn't understand their both and approach? What if he dismissed the community work? He'll love it, Julian said. And if he doesn't, that's his problem, not ours. You're not nervous? Not anymore. We built something real. That's all that matters. The night before the opening, they stood in the finished gallery together. Everything perfect. Everything ready. We did it, Maggie said. We did. She looked at the ring on her finger, at the gallery around them, at Julian beside her. They'd built the both and community and ambition. Roots and growth. Love and partnership. Everything they'd been too young to imagine 20 years ago. Everything they'd finally learned to build together. Tomorrow, she said, we show the world what we made. Tomorrow, Julian agreed. But tonight, we celebrate that we made it at all. They went home to their cottage and celebrated everything they'd built. Everything they were still building. Everything they'd keep building together.
Chapter 16. 300 people packed the renovated Coast Guard station by 7 p.m. Julian stood near the entrance, watching the crowd flow through the gallery. Collectors from New York examining Yuki Tanaka's coastal sculptures. Local artists pointing out their own pieces in the community showcase. The regional press taking notes. Simon Aldridge moving methodically through the space, lingering at each piece. And Maggie, in a green dress, engagement ring catching the light, explaining her ambitious sculptural series to a cluster of admirers. This piece is called Reclamation, she was saying, gesturing to the largest of her 3 sculptures. I spent 20 years making accessible art for my community, which was meaningful. But I'd convinced myself that choosing community meant giving up ambition. It took someone believing in me to realize I could do both. Julian felt his chest tighten. This was what he'd wanted. Not to rescue or validate, but to create space where she could pursue her vision while serving her community. Julian Cross? He turned. Simon Aldridge, looking exactly as he had 6 months ago in Manhattan, tailored suit, sharp eyes, notebook in hand. But before Julian could respond, something hit him. He was standing in a gallery he'd built. In Sandy Claus Bay. Across the room, Maggie was explaining her work to people who genuinely cared. This was real. He'd actually done it, walked away from Manhattan and built something that mattered. His throat tightened unexpectedly. Mr. Aldridge, he managed. Thank you for coming. Impressive space, Aldridge said, glancing around. You've managed something unusual here. High-end curation without elitism. Community integration without condescension. My partner and fiancée, Maggie Navarro, is the real vision behind it. Aldridge raised an eyebrow. The sculptor? The woman in green? She grew up here. Knows this community inside out. I brought the Manhattan connections and curatorial experience. She brought the soul. They spent 20 minutes discussing the exhibition. Aldridge was clearly impressed by both the sophisticated international work and the integrated community pieces. He lingered at Maggie's sculptures, making detailed notes, asking technical questions about her process. Then he stopped at Reef's photography series near the entrance. 12 photographs documenting Sandy Claus Bay, Captain Rusty mending nets, Vera in the driftwood surrounded by antiques, Felicity laughing on the beach, the harbor at sunrise, children building sandcastles, the lighthouse, the Christmas boat parade preparations. This work is exceptional, Aldridge said. Documentary photography at its finest. He glanced at the nameplate. Reef Navarro. Tell me about him. Maggie's brother. Marine wildlife photographer. He documented the community's revival of their Christmas traditions. Aldridge made more notes. I'd like to speak with him if he's here tonight. He's planning to stop by later. After Aldridge moved on, Julian felt a hand slip into his. Maggie, smiling. He's going to write a positive review, she said. He loved everything, including Reef's series. Because it deserves it. All of it. She kissed him, not caring who was watching. This is ours, Julian. Together. Julian pulled her aside into the small alcove near the back office. Away from the crowd for just a moment. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Nothing. Everything's." He looked at her, then back through the doorway at the gallery full of people. "I spent 15 years in Manhattan convincing myself that mattered. That the prestige, the collectors, the reviews, that it all meant something. And it was hollow, Maggie. Every bit." She squeezed his hand. "This," he gestured at the gallery. 300 people who actually care about the art, not just the investment. Your brother's work on the walls. Your father is out there talking to fishermen about accessible art. This is what success actually feels like." His voice caught. "I could have had this 23 years ago if I hadn't been so stupid." "Hey." She cupped his face. "You weren't ready. Neither of us were. We had to become the people who could build this. I love you so much." "I know. And I love you." She kissed him. "Now let's get back out there before Vera drinks all the wine." The evening unfolded beautifully. Strong sales, collectors purchasing high-end pieces, community members buying accessible work. Both aspects of their dual vision validated in real time. Julian moved through the crowd, shaking hands, answering questions, but always keeping Maggie in his peripheral vision. She was radiant, confident, completely in her element. Captain Rusty found him standing near Reef's photography series. "You did good, son," Rusty said, looking around the gallery. "This whole thing. The both and approach, the way you've honored the community while bringing in the bigger world. Maggie's vision as much as mine." "I know. But you gave her space to dream it." Rusty clapped him on the shoulder. "I've been watching her tonight. That's my daughter shining. Confident, articulate, believing in her own work. I haven't seen her like this in 20 years. She's extraordinary." "She is. And you see it. That's what matters." Rusty paused. 6 weeks until the wedding." 6 weeks? You nervous?" "Not about marrying her. About whether I deserve her." Rusty smiled. "Good. Stay a little nervous. Keeps you honest." He squeezed Julian's shoulder. "Welcome to the family. Officially." Julian watched Rusty rejoin a group of fishermen examining the local artist showcase, then turned to find Vera approaching with a wineglass in hand, eyes bright with tears. "This is incredible," she said, gesturing around the gallery. "I knew you two would build something special, but this. Thank you. For believing in us. I didn't have to believe. I just had to watch." She looked across the room where Maggie was talking animatedly with a collector. "That's my best friend over there, completely in her element. Do you know how long I've waited to see her like this?" "How long?" 15 years. Since we met at a town council meeting fighting to save the waterfront buildings." Vera looked across the room where Maggie was talking animatedly with a collector. "I've watched her hold herself back all this time. You gave her permission to want both. That's everything." The gallery had grown more crowded as the evening progressed. Julian excused himself from Vera to handle a question about Yuki Tanaka's pricing, then found himself back near the entrance just as Reef and Felicity arrived around 8. Julian watched as Reef stopped in front of his own photography series. His brother-in-law-to-be stood there for a long moment, Felicity's hand in his, looking at his work mounted and lit professionally, nameplate on the wall identifying him as the artist. Maggie went to him. "What do you think?" "It's surreal. Seeing them like this." He shook his head. "I take pictures of dolphins for nature magazines. I didn't think. You documented this community's heart. That belongs in a gallery." Reef hugged her. Julian saw Felicity wipe her eyes. Julian left them to their moment, stopping to chat with Simon Aldridge about the community showcase model, then helping Maggie answer questions from a collector interested in her Between Tides piece. The gallery hummed with conversation, the sound of success. At 9 p.m., the crowd thinned slightly as some of the older community members headed home. Julian was talking with a collector about Yuki Tanaka's pricing when he saw movement at the entrance. Vanessa. And a man beside her, tall graying hair, kind eyes, hand protective on her lower back. Julian's breath caught. He'd texted her about the opening, but hadn't expected her to come. Vanessa saw him and smiled. Warm, genuine, happy. He excused himself from the collector and crossed to meet them. Vanessa. She embraced him warmly, and for a moment they were just two people who'd shared 5 years of their lives. I had to see it, she said. The gallery you were always meant to build. She looked radiant. 3 years with this man, David, Julian remembered from her emails, had given her something Julian never could. She glowed with the confidence of being truly seen. This is David, Vanessa said. My husband. David, this is Julian. They shook hands. David's grip was firm, his eyes direct. He looked at Vanessa the way Julian had never quite managed to, complete attention, no reservation. She's talked about you, David said. And about this gallery. She was excited to see it. I'm glad you both came. Vanessa was already looking around, taking in the space. It's beautiful. Exactly what you described. Maggie appeared at Julian's side, curious about the new arrivals. Maggie, this is Vanessa and her husband David. Vanessa, David, this is Maggie Navarro, my fiancée and business partner. Julian watched Maggie's expression shift as she realized who this was. The ex-wife. The woman who'd sent him back here 6 months ago. So you're the sculptor, Vanessa said, extending her hand. I've heard about you for a long time. I'm glad Julian finally got brave enough to come back. They shook hands. Two women who'd never met, but had shaped each other's lives anyway. Your work is extraordinary, Vanessa said, gesturing toward Maggie's sculptures. May I? Of course. Julian watched as Vanessa examined Maggie's ambitious pieces. Really looked at them. Made thoughtful observations about technique and emotional resonance. These are stunning, Vanessa said finally. You two were always supposed to build something together. I'm glad you finally figured it out. She meant it. Julian could hear it in her voice. Maggie seemed to hear it too. Her shoulders relaxed slightly. Thank you. That means a lot. David and Maggie fell into conversation about the gallery's architecture. He was an architect, and they compared notes on the restoration of the Coast Guard station. Julian was grateful for David's easy manner, the way he made this potentially awkward moment feel normal. Before they left, Vanessa pulled Julian aside. She took his hand, studied his face. You look happy. Actually happy, not performing happy. I am. Good. That's all I ever wanted for you. She squeezed his hands. I loved you, Julian. I did. And part of me still does. You were good to me, even when you couldn't love me the way I needed. But watching you tonight, seeing you with her. She glanced at Maggie, who was still talking with David. She's extraordinary. And you're extraordinary with her. I've never seen you like this. Vanessa. Let me finish. Her eyes were bright but not sad. 6 months ago when I sent you that link, I thought I was doing it to finally let you go. To stop carrying the weight of your what if. But tonight I realize I did it for me too. Because I needed to know that I wasn't crazy for leaving. That it wasn't just in my head that you were somewhere else. You weren't crazy. I know. And now I also know, it was always her. Not because I wasn't enough, but because she was your person. And David's mine. She smiled, genuine. Thank you for being honest with me before we married. Even though it hurt, at least I knew what I was choosing. And thank you for letting me go when I needed to go. Thank you for sending me back to her. She hugged him tight, letting years of tangled history find resolution. She's extraordinary, Julian. Don't mess it up. I won't. I know. That's why I sent you back. She pulled back, wiped one tear, not grief, just release. I'm happy, Julian. Really happy. And seeing you happy, genuinely happy, is the most satisfying thing I've felt in years. Because it means I was right to let you go. It means all of it, the marriage, the divorce, the hard conversations, it all led somewhere good for both of us. Before they left, Vanessa found Maggie. Julian watched from across the room as Vanessa spoke quietly to her. Maggie's expression shifted from wariness to something softer. By the end, both women had tears in their eyes. They embraced briefly, two women who'd never met but understood each other perfectly. Vanessa and David left together, his hand at the small of her back, her leaning into him. Both of them complete. Julian stood watching them go, feeling the weight of closure settle in his chest. 23 years of what-ifs finally answered. Maggie came back to him, slipping her hand into his. That was your ex-wife, she asked. That was Vanessa. She's the reason I came back. 6 months ago, she sent me your website. She seems happy. She is. She found someone who loves her the way I love you. Everyone got their happy ending. She still loves you, Maggie said quietly. Julian looked at her, surprised. She does. I can tell. But she loves herself more now. And she loves her husband. Maggie met his eyes. She gave us her blessing. Actually, genuinely. That's a gift. It is. The next 2 hours passed in a blur of congratulations and sales. By 11 p.m., only close friends remained, Rusty and Vera talking by the local showcase, Reef and Felicity examining the photographs one more time, a handful of collectors making final purchases. The crowd had thinned to just the people who mattered most. Sales had exceeded all projections. The both and model validated in every way. Alone in the gallery after closing, surrounded by evidence of their partnership, Julian pulled Maggie close. We did it, he said. We really did. Everything I dreamed of, but didn't let myself want. Thank you for giving me permission to dream bigger. You gave yourself permission. I just created space. Julian looked around the empty gallery. At Reef's photographs on the wall. At Maggie's sculptures, and the community showcase that proved local art could hold its own alongside international work. I never felt this in Manhattan, he said quietly. Even when Cross and Sterling was at its peak. Even when we were landing the biggest names, getting written up in every major publication. It never felt like this. Like what? Like it mattered. Like I was building something that would outlast me. He turned to face her. In Manhattan, I was just another gallery owner chasing prestige. Here, we're changing the way people think about art and community. We're proving you don't have to choose. She was crying. You're going to make me ruin my makeup. It's already ruined. You've been crying on and off all night. She laughed. Fair point. He showed her one more thing he'd been saving, the old Coast Guard station logbook restored and framed. Beside it, a new leather-bound book with gold lettering, Maggie and Julian's Gallery, Our Journey. I want us to document this, he said. Our partnership, our growth, the artists we support. Not for anyone else but for us. So we remember how we built this. Her eyes filled with tears again. You're incredibly romantic. I'm incredibly grateful. He kissed her forehead. For you. For this. For getting a second chance to do it right. They drove to the cottage together. Engaged and successful, and building the life they'd chosen. In 6 weeks they'd be married.
Chapter 17. Christmas morning in Sandy Claus Bay dawned clear and cold. The kind of perfect December day that felt designed for weddings. Sky so blue it hurt to look at. Sun bright despite the cold. No wind. Ocean calm. As if the weather itself had decided to cooperate. Maggie stood at the window of the Starfish and Snowflake Inn's bridal suite, looking down at the beach where yesterday's sand sculpture nativity competition still left traces in the sand. The tide had softened the elaborate scenes. Families had worked for weeks on those sculptures. Julian had spent months on the organizing committee, making sure everything ran smoothly. Coordinating logistics, establishing artistic criteria, handling the inevitable conflicts with the patience of someone who genuinely cared about community traditions. Last night at the Christmas Eve celebration, people thanked him for his work. He'd accepted their gratitude with genuine humility. This wasn't about credit. It was about service. The bridal suite was organized chaos. Vera managed logistics with military precision, dress steamed, shoes polished, makeup artist confirmed, photographer scheduled. Felicity was sorting through makeup palettes, trying to find the right shade for Maggie's skin tone. Coral fussed with the dress hanging on the closet door, making sure every detail was perfect. Maggie's phone buzzed on the vanity. "Julian, can I see you before the ceremony? I know it's bad luck, but I need to see you." She smiled. "Maggie, getting my hair and makeup done. Give me an hour?" His response came immediately. "Julian, okay. Lighthouse." Maggie, lighthouse. An hour later, makeup done and hair styled in loose waves with winter flowers woven through, Maggie grabbed her shawl from the chair. "Where are you going?" Vera demanded. She was holding a clipboard. Vera with a clipboard was terrifying. "Lighthouse. Julian wants to see me." "You can't, it's bad luck." "Screw tradition." Maggie kissed Vera's cheek. "I'll be back in 20 minutes. She slipped out before Vera could protest. The lighthouse stood at the end of the point. The same spot where they'd had so many important conversations over the past 10 months. Where he'd asked her to give him a chance, argued about the gallery vision, and they'd planned their future. Julian was waiting, wearing a simple gray suit that made him look distinguished and nervous at once. His face transformed when he saw her, that expression she'd learned to recognize. Joy mixed with disbelief that this was actually happening. "You look beautiful. You're not supposed to see me before the ceremony." "I needed to see you." He took her hands. "I'm about to marry you in front of our entire community. Making a permanent commitment to building this life together. And I need you to know something." "What?" "These past 10 months have been the realest, most meaningful of my life." His voice was steady, but his hands shook slightly. Not because they were easy, they weren't. But because they were authentic. We built something through compromise and patience, and choosing each other even when it was hard. Thank you for the second chance. For trusting me. Her eyes filled with tears. Felicity was going to kill her for ruining the makeup. Thank you for being patient while I learned to trust. For proving through action that transformation is real, and for creating space where I could want multiple things without apology. We created that space together. She kissed him softly. "Now let's go get married." 2 hours later, Maggie walked down a makeshift aisle on the beach, her father's arm solid under her hand. 300 people filled simple wooden chairs arranged on the sand. The whole town, it seemed. Everyone who'd watched her grow up, who'd supported the gallery, who'd welcomed Julian. A driftwood arch covered in coastal greenery stood at the water's edge. String lights already glowing in the afternoon light, stars visible even in daylight. Reef stood beside Julian as best man, looking proud and emotional. Felicity was crying already, tissues clutched in one hand. And Julian, watching her walk toward him with an expression that made her chest tight. Like she was everything he'd ever wanted, and more than he deserved all at once. The local minister stood under the driftwood arch. His voice carried across the beach with warmth. "We're here today because two people who've loved each other for over 20 years finally figured out how to build the both and." He smiled at them. How to choose community and ambition. Roots and growth. Love and partnership. Maggie's vows came from her heart. Trust. Patience. choosing vulnerability even when it terrified her, believing that transformation was possible. Julian's vows were about finding home, building meaning, committing to consistent presence over romantic gestures. When the minister pronounced them married, the beach erupted in cheers. Julian kissed her deeply, not caring about the audience, and Maggie kissed him back, tasting salt from the ocean spray and her own tears. Julian kissed her deeply, not caring about the audience. Maggie kissed him back, tasting salt from the ocean spray and her own tears and his. They walked back down the aisle as husband and wife, hands clasped, grinning like idiots. The reception was held in their gallery, surrounded by the art they'd chosen together. Yuki Tanaka's coastal sculptures, Maggie's ambitious series, Reef's photographs, the local artist's showcase. Everything they'd built. Strings of lights crisscrossed the high ceilings. Tables covered in white linens, centerpieces made of driftwood and winter greenery. The space glowed. Simon Aldridge's review had been published that morning, calling the gallery a model of how sophisticated art and community accessibility can coexist beautifully. Maggie had read it over coffee and felt grateful, but not dependent on his approval. They'd built something real. That was what mattered. The Salty Spoon had catered, their famous clam chowder, fresh seafood, local favorites. Coral and her staff from the inn made sure everything ran smoothly. Posey had decorated with her usual flair, mixing elegant and whimsical. Maggie danced with her father first. Rusty held her close, and she could feel him fighting tears. "Your mother would be so proud," he said quietly. "You found your purpose, Magnolia." "I love you, Dad." "I love you too. And I like him. More than that, I respect him. He chose you. He keeps choosing you." Next, Reef. Her little brother, who wasn't little anymore. "You did good, Mags," he said as they swayed to the music. "Really good." "So did you." She glanced at Felicity talking with Vera. "She's perfect for you." "I know. And Julian's perfect for you. Even if it took you both 23 years to figure it out." Toby and Posey stopped by their table. "Congratulations," Posey said, tears in her eyes. "This is beautiful. You're beautiful. Thank you for everything. The decorations, the planning. Please. After everything you did, helping with the boat parade? This was the least we could do." Posey smiled. "Besides, I love a good Sandy Claus Bay Christmas wedding." Vera's toast was funny and heartfelt. She told stories about Maggie's fierce independence, her dedication to her art and community, her stubborn refusal to settle for anything less than both, and about the day Julian walked into the driftwood and Vera knew, just knew, everything was about to change. "To my best friend," Vera finished, raising her glass high, "who never gave up on wanting everything. And to Julian, who had the good sense to come back and stay back." The crowd cheered, glasses clinking. Felicity's toast made everyone cry. She talked about second chances and how watching Maggie and Julian rebuild their relationship had reminded her that love doesn't always come easy, but it's always worth fighting for. About courage and vulnerability and trust. Reef's toast was short and sincere. "I was 14 when Julian left the first time," he said. The room went quiet. "I watched my sister's heart break. I didn't understand then that sometimes people have to leave to figure out they should have stayed." He looked at Julian. "But you came back. And more than that, you stayed. You chose her. You chose us. You chose this community." He raised his glass. "Welcome to the family, officially." Julian was tearing up. Maggie squeezed his hand under the table. Maria, the watercolorist, approached their table with Tom, the woodworker. Both of them had pieces in the community showcase. "We just wanted to say thank you," Maria said. "For including us. For making the gallery really be both, and not just in theory but in practice." "You belong there," Maggie said. "Your work belongs there." Tom nodded. "Never thought I'd see my stuff in a real gallery." next to international artists, means a lot. Later, Maggie danced with Julian. Over and over, because she couldn't stand to be away from him for more than a few minutes. Did you see Rusty crying during the ceremony? Julian asked. He cried during Reef's wedding too. He's getting soft in his old age. He walked you down the aisle. That means something. It means he trusts you. Finally. She rested her head on his shoulder. Took you 10 months, but you earned it. I won't let him down. Or you. I know. The evening wore on. Betty from the farmer's market danced with her husband. Mrs. Patterson from the bookstore cornered Julian to tell him she'd known all along they'd end up married, conveniently forgetting she'd given them 50-50 odds in September. The fisherman who'd been skeptical of Julian back in February clapped him on the back and welcomed him to Sandy Claus Bay permanently. Waverly, Toby and Posey's daughter, approached Maggie during a quiet moment. The 10-year-old looked very serious in her flower girl dress. Miss Maggie? Maggie turned. Hi, sweetheart. I just wanted to say, you and Mr. Cross look really happy together. Maggie's eyes filled with unexpected tears. Thank you, Waverly. That means a lot. My dad says you deserve to be happy. And that Mr. Cross better treat you right or he'll answer to the whole town. She grinned with surprising fierceness for a 10-year-old. But I think he will. I've seen the way he looks at you. After Waverly skipped back to her parents, Maggie's chest felt full. Around 10 p.m. the band played The Way You Look Tonight, and Julian pulled Maggie close. Happy? He asked. Incredibly. You? More than I've ever been. He kissed her forehead. Thank you for giving me a second chance. For trusting me. For building this with me. Thank you for being worth the trust. They swayed together, surrounded by their community, their family, their art. Everything they'd built, and everything they'd keep building. By midnight, only the closest friends remained. Vera and Coral cleaning up, despite Maggie's protests. Reef and Felicity slow dancing to music that had ended 10 minutes ago. Toby, Posey and Waverly had left an hour earlier, but not before Posey hugged Maggie so tight she could barely breathe. Julian pulled Maggie into the small alcove near the back office. We're married, he said. We really are. She laughed. What now? Now we build our life. Together. One day at a time. One decision at a time. He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. We keep creating space for each other to grow. Keep honoring both our visions. Keep choosing this partnership even when it's hard. That sounds perfect. He took her hand. Take me home, wife. Anywhere you want to go, husband. They left the gallery hand in hand, walking through the quiet streets of Sandy Claus Bay toward the cottage they shared. Behind them, the lighthouse beam swept across the darkening sea. Epilogue. 1 year later, next Christmas. Dawn broke cold and clear over Sandy Claus Bay. Maggie stood in the gallery, adjusting one of the pieces in their winter exhibition. Early morning light streamed through the restored windows, the ones they'd fought to save during renovation, Julian insisting on restoration over replacement. 1 year. She'd been married to Julian for 1 year. The gallery had found its rhythm. Regular rotation of sophisticated international work, alongside community artists. Workshops serving all skill levels, children's classes on Saturday mornings, adult sessions on Tuesday evenings, Julian's mentoring program for high school students every Thursday. The both and philosophy, proving sustainable and profitable. This year's winter show opened in early December. Yuki Tanaka's newest Driftwood series, alongside pieces from 5 local artists Julian had been mentoring. Museum quality, next to grassroots accessibility. Simon Aldridge had visited again, his second visit in as many years, and written another glowing review. In the small hallway near the offices hung Julian's photography series, Transformation. 12 black and white images, documenting the Coast Guard station's renovation. Empty rooms. Exposed beams. Workers restoring the original windows. Jake Bradley and his crew visible in several frames, evidence of the skilled labor that had brought this building back to life. The building's journey from abandonment to purpose captured in stark, beautiful detail. Maggie passed them every day and still found something new. A shadow she hadn't noticed. A reflection in glass, revealing another worker. Evidence of careful observation, the photographer seeing what others missed. In the main gallery corner stood one piece from her sculptural series Reclamation, the largest of the three. Bronze and driftwood, organic and architectural at once. The series had debuted at the gallery opening over a year ago to mixed reviews. Art Forum called them ambitious if uneven. The local press said, stunning. Collectors bought 2 of 3. The third stayed here anchoring their space. She'd kept creating. That was what mattered. Not the reviews. Not the sales. The work itself. She turned. Julian stood at the gallery entrance, backlit by the morning sun. 2 mugs in his hands, chamomile tea for her, black coffee for him. With the morning paper tucked under his arm. Dressed in jeans and his worn gray sweater, the one with paint stains on the sleeve from helping her in the studio last week. He'd walked over from their cottage, 5 minutes down the shore. Thank you. She took the mug, kissed him. You're up early. Couldn't sleep. Too excited about Christmas Eve dinner tonight. He set his coffee on the workbench and unfolded the paper. Also, Aldridge's year-end review is out. We made his top 10 new galleries list. We did. He read aloud. Navarro Cross Gallery proves that sophisticated art and community accessibility aren't opposing values but complementary visions. In their inaugural year, they've exhibited internationally recognized artists alongside emerging local talent, hosted workshops serving hundreds of community members, and maintained artistic integrity while staying financially sustainable. A model for regional galleries. That's nice. She meant it. Genuinely pleased, but not dependent on external validation anymore. They knew what they'd built was real. How's the new artist cohort? She asked. Strong. 5 local high school students ready for their first professional exhibition in February. He paused, studied her face. That look he got when he was seeing something that pleased him. One of them has real talent for photography. Sophia, Maria's daughter. Her work is extraordinary. That's wonderful. You're glowing. I'm happy. That's the glow. And she was. They'd built this life together through patience, trust, choosing each other even when it was hard. The year hadn't been perfect. They'd argued about exhibition budgets in May, Julian wanting to spend more on marketing to high-end collectors, Maggie wanting to invest in community programming. Disagreed about pricing strategy in July, how to balance accessibility with sustainability. Mediated a conflict between 2 artists in September when both wanted the same exhibition slot and neither would compromise. At Thanksgiving, Julian got food poisoning from bad oysters and spent the holiday miserable while she nursed him through it. But they'd worked through everything. Developed communication patterns that actually worked. Learned each other's conflict styles and adapted. Established protocols for decision-making that honored both voices, both visions. That was better than perfect. Evening found them at the cottage, wrapping the last of the Christmas gifts. Maggie watched Julian fold paper with the same careful attention he brought to everything, patient, thorough, present. What are you thinking? He asked, catching her watching. That I'm glad you came back. That I'm grateful I was brave enough to try. Same. All of it. Every day. He set down the scissors, pulled her close. You know what I was thinking about today? What? That photo booth strip. The one you found that night before I left for Manhattan. Us at 20, thinking we had to choose. We were so young. We were. But we learned. It just took us over 2 decades. He gestured around their cottage. Sketches for her next sculptures pinned to the wall, ambitious pieces taking risks again. His photography equipment in the corner, cameras, lenses, tripods. Their books intermixed on shelves, art history beside philosophy beside mystery novels. Evidence of lives, fully integrated. This is both and. The gallery is both and. We're both and. I love you. I love you too. Always have. Even when I was too stupid to stay. Outside, Sandy Claus Bay prepared for another Christmas. The lighthouse beams swept across the darkening sea, steady rhythm, reliable as a heartbeat. The harbor had glowed with the Christmas lights boat parade that they'd watched together from the pier hand in hand, like last year. Julian served on the Sand Sculpture Nativity Competition Committee again this year, his second year earning real respect. Maggie was teaching a winter art intensive starting in January. 30 students had already signed up. Their roots went deep. Christmas Eve at Captain Rusty's house smelled like seafood stew and pine. Another successful sand sculpture competition had finished, and everyone was now crowded around the table. Reef and Felicity on one side, Felicity's hand resting on her barely there bump. Toby and Posey with Waverly between them, the little girl chattering about the boat parade. Julian and Maggie squashed at one end. And Rusty at the head, looking around his table with the satisfaction of a man who'd lived to see his children happy. More stew? Rusty asked, already ladling another serving into Julian's bowl. Dad, he hasn't finished what he has, Maggie protested. The boy needs to eat. He's too thin. Julian caught Maggie's eye and grinned. They'd had this argument every time they came to dinner. Rusty had decided Julian needed fattening up, and had made it his personal mission. This is delicious, Julian said. Better than last year. Same recipe I've used for 40 years, Rusty said gruffly, but Maggie saw the pleased look on his face. So, Rusty said, turning to Reef and Felicity. How's that chicken? I know it's not as exciting as the stew. It's perfect, Felicity said. Rusty had made her a separate dish when he'd heard about the pregnancy, thoughtful grandpa-to-be already. Thank you for going to the trouble. No trouble at all. Can't have my future grandchild missing Christmas Eve dinner. How are you feeling? Maggie asked. Felicity glowed. Tired. Nauseous. Incredibly happy. 4 months, right? Posey asked. Almost. We find out if it's a boy or girl next month. Reef reached over and squeezed Felicity's hand. Either way, I'm already terrified. You'll be a great dad, Maggie said. You were always good with kids at the gallery workshops. That's different. I could give them back. Everyone laughed. Maggie watched her little brother, not so little anymore, and felt her chest tighten with joy for them. Waverly bounced in her seat. I hope it's a girl so I can teach her things. What kind of things? Julian asked. Important things. Like how to find the best shells on the beach. And which ice cream flavors are the best at the Salty Spoon. Those are very important things, Julian agreed seriously. Speaking of babies, Posey said quietly, then looked at Toby. He nodded. Posey took a breath. We're pregnant. Due in July. The table erupted. Rusty got tears in his eyes. Waverly grinned proudly. She'd already known for a week and had been bursting to tell everyone. We've been trying for 2 years, Posey said, her own eyes wet. We almost gave up. Congratulations, Maggie said, getting up to hug her. I'm so happy for you. I Googled how not to break a baby yesterday, Reef admitted sheepishly. Toby laughed. I did that with Waverly too. You'll be fine. It's terrifying and amazing, and you figure it out as you go. That's reassuring, Reef said dryly. It's true though, Toby said. You'll be a great dad. The evening settled into easy conversation. Reef told a story about a sea otter he'd photographed that week. Waverly explained in great detail the Christmas pageant at school where she'd played a sheep. Rusty asked Julian about the gallery's spring exhibition plans. Maggie sat back and watched her family, the one she was born into and the one she'd chosen, all gathered around her father's table. Julian fit here now. Not as the boyfriend who'd left, but as the man who'd come back and stayed. Later, after pie and coffee, Maggie found herself on Rusty's back porch with her father. The cold air felt good after the warmth of the crowded house. "You look happy, Magnolia," Rusty said. "I am. Julian's good for you." "Good to you." "He is." She looked through the window at Julian inside, laughing at something Reef said. "I didn't think this would happen for me. I'd convinced myself I was fine alone." "You were fine. But fine isn't the same as happy." Rusty put his arm around her shoulders. "Your mother would have loved him. She always said you needed someone who could keep up with you." "I miss her." "I know. Me too." He squeezed her shoulder. "But she'd be so proud of you. The gallery, the life you've built, the courage it took to let Julian back in. That took real bravery." "I was terrified." "That's how you know it mattered." Rusty paused. "You know what she told me the last Christmas before she passed?" "What?" She said, "Rusty, our girl's going to be fine. She's got her art and she's got this town. But I hope someday she lets herself be brave. Lets herself want something big enough to be scary. I think she'd be happy you found that." Maggie's throat tightened. "I think so too." They stood in comfortable silence, watching the boats in the harbor, their lights twinkling against the dark water. Inside, Julian appeared in the doorway. "You okay out here?" "Just talking to my dad." "Dessert round 2 is starting. Posey brought cookies." Rusty headed back inside, clapping Julian on the shoulder as he passed. Julian wrapped his arms around Maggie from behind. "Happy?" "Incredibly." "Good. Because I am too." He kissed her temple. "First Christmas Eve as a married couple. First anniversary tomorrow. 1 whole year. Here's to many more." They stood together in the cold December air, listening to laughter from inside. Their family, blood and chosen. Their community. Their life. Thank you for listening to the third and final novel in the Sandy Claus Bay series, Moonlight at Sandy Claus Bay by Roxy Winterfield. Be sure to subscribe and punch the bell to get a notification when more holiday romances are released.